Hello, and welcome to our very latest episode of Night Quest. I am CMoney, and I am joined by the always lovely Doodle.
What's up, everyone? Happy Tuesday. Thank you so very much for rocking out with us tonight. Let's get it.
Let's get it indeed.
Yes.
Guys, it's going to be a fun one. It's going to be a fun one indeed. But before we go further, make another return. He's making another return. That's right. It's our boy, motherfucking Fuzzy Belvidere in the building.
Let's go.
For being here, man. Appreciate you, homie.
Oh, thanks for having me. Yeah, it's been quite an interesting few days of gaming news. I'm pretty sure we'll get into some of that.
Indeed. It's been a bit surprising to some, exciting to others.
Mhm.
So I'm wondering how you feeling, Fuzzy.
Yeah, we're definitely going to be exploring a whole bunch tonight because we did have some big news that came out right before the weekend. So now that we've had some time, we do want to see where everybody's head's at. We do have conversations that are brewing from, showing us why this is happening, right? We have a lot definitely to discuss. Before that, though, I do want to go ahead and mention, if you haven't seen, we have partnered with 505 Games and Lindsay Games on a giveaway for Wu Chang Fallen Feathers. If you have not seen it, we have done the review on it. It was fantastic. We loved it. If you haven't seen it, go check it out. But the game just launched not too long ago, and we are doing a giveaway. There's still time. A little later in the show, we're going to be announcing the winner. So if you go to my Twitter or On Point for Gamers Twitter, you'll see it somewhere there. Probably, actually, my Twitter is easier. CMoney Forever. I think the name's there. You still have a little time if you have not gotten the chance to
get in there
to enter. Let me just see. Maybe here. There you go. All right, that's a little better. So right there, CMoney Forever. If you didn't enter,
you can't see what you're seeing. Are you showing?
Right now, it says CMoney Forever under my name.
Oh, okay. All right.
Okay.
So you were trying to show them where.
Yeah, so that would be where they would go. Over on Twitter if they want a chance to enter, but we will be revealing the winner a little later on tonight. So definitely do that. But before we do any of that, you know how it is, man. We got to shout out our homies who are live in the building with us, man. We appreciate you guys. Thank you so much for rocking out with us, man. You guys are the ish. That being said, we got to shout out our supporters over on Patreon, on YouTube memberships. You guys are awesome. We really do appreciate the support. Always remember that show is brought to you by you, so it does matter, and your support is greatly appreciated. But of course, we have to shout out our elite members. That's right. We got the homie, our brother, Big Boy Mike.
Yes.
We got Dark Angelic and Queen Witch. The homies appreciate y'all. And of course, we have our inner circle members, the homie Big Migs Gaming and Pragmatic Eagle. Now, guys, listen. Clearly, I didn't delete the first three.
Yeah, don't get carried away. That is not.
So don't get too excited. That was
accurate. That was.
Yeah, that was just a reminder, as they say in French. You know what I'm saying?
Oh, a reminder, as they say. Where? What?
I don't know.
You're so cultured, babe.
You can't correct me if you don't know.
From
you. Know what I'm saying? I teach.
It's amazing. It's amazing. You take it upon yourself to carry us all.
I'm a giver.
You are a giver.
I'm a giver.
So you're welcome, guys.
So again, shout out to everybody who does support us over on Patreon, YouTube, and Inner Circle. You guys are awesome. That being said, you know how we do here, man. You guys live in the building right now. You guys are supporting us in such a major way, man. And we appreciate each and every single one of you guys for sharing your time with us tonight. We're definitely going to have some fun, so we do appreciate you rocking out. That being said, I mean, clearly you can't be all equal, right? I think we know by
don't
now.
think so. I don't
You
think
guys cannot be equal. That's right, because three of you have risen above the rest.
By now it's just sinking. You know what I mean?
I
mean,
yeah.
If not, then those are pony tendencies.
Yeah.
Right?
Well, I mean, look, at this point, you should be adjusted to it. And it's like, well, look, three of you have ascended. Three of you are the specials of the evening. One of you is the best spot of the night.
Oh.
And that, my friend, are the first three people who came into the building. The question is, who are they and what order did they show up? So let me tell you right now. It's pretty impressive that this mix is pretty close to being pretty consistent here. I feel like this is a consistent list. That being said, we're going to pause that for a quick second because a different special showed up. That's right. It's our motherfucking homie Bazard in the building. Super Echo.
Oh, there we go.
Is it?
Okay.
Is he's hoping he's hoping for the soundboard and he can hear it. Yes.
We can hear ourselves
through you.
Oh, what's going on? Oh, you know, I didn't realize it was coming through the last
Pharoah.
Yeah.
I'm a little mixed up today. I've been on like phone with customer service like 2.5 hours.
Oh, well, that's always fun.
Well, no, that sucks.
Yeah.
There we go. That's good.
Yeah. No, now we're good.
Yeah.
Shout out to Pharoah, man. How you doing, brother? Thanks for being here, man.
Doing pretty good. Happy to be here. Sorry for the audio issues.
That's all right. Listen. After being on hold for 2.5 hours, I feel like the best way to decompress is, slapping up some ponies.
Yeah,
have a little fun, as they say. You know what I'm saying?
No alcohol in this house, so yeah, that'll be the best way tonight.
That's the only way. Same here. We're alcohol free, so we gotta release some way. You know what I'm saying? It's just what it is. But yes, who are the top three? That's the real question. That's what we're trying to figure out right now. Number 3.
Oh, we're going in.
Gotta tell you, pretty consistent. I feel like consistent is his middle name.
Ooh. How did I know you were going to say that?
Because I feel like he is always in the top 3 now, or pretty close to always. We got to shout out our boy, motherfucking Music 72.
Oh, let's go.
72 in the building. Number 3. He is not messing around.
Let's go. Shout out to Music.
Defeated him. Who made sure that he could not be the best spot of the night. Although this person also failed to become the best spot of the night, but still had the privilege of taking out Music 72. And that, my friends, is the motherfucking homie Cage El Vampiro Borracho. Yo, hold on, wait. Hit it with the 3-piece. You know what I'm saying? Because number 2, I should have hit Music with a piece.
He wants peaches tonight.
I gotta make one for that. That was for you, Music. Sorry about that. I forgot I have this.
He wants peaches tonight, babe.
Well, that's a personal problem.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Sounds like you can have whatever type of dream you want, friend. Now, that being said, who is in fact the best spot of the night?
Oh, okay. I'm never ready for this one. Let's go. Oh, are you trying to?
I was trying to check something, but I don't have it.
Oh,
so the question is, who is the best spot of the night? And I can tell you right now, he's not messing around. This is just what it is. He has accepted his status as number 1. That's right. He went back to back. It's our motherfucking homie, Dark Angelic.
Let's go.
I can tell you, look, he never used to come up into the top.
No.
But ever since PlayStation has gone full multi-plat, he's like, wow, I feel so light and so youthful. Boom.
I freaking love it.
Every time.
He's like, let's go.
Shout out to our boy.
Shout out to Dark Angelic.
Dark Angelic, best spot of the night.
Yes.
Appreciate you, my brother. Let me update this banner. Remember, you guys will now be forever emblazoned on the bottom banner on the bottom.
It's like a tattoo.
Like a tattoo that removes itself as soon as the show is over.
Like one of those washable tattoos, right?
Yeah, like a henna. Was it henna? Henna tattoos?
I don't know.
The ones that they draw on you.
Yeah.
We're
Okay.
like,
I
whatever.
was thinking of the sticker ones, you know?
Yeah, that's definitely Hannah.
Yeah,
Okay,
Hannah, right?
all right.
Yeah, I got you. I know what you're talking about. So, yes. All right, Dark Angelic, Cage, El Vampiro Borracho, and music 72. Look at that. Lovely. All right, let's put that over there.
It's Cage trying to spell El Vampiro Borracho.
I think he is, but I think he thinks it's
El Vampiro. El Vampiro.
Vampiro.
It's El Vampiro
Damn it,
Borracho.
Cage. You know, I've seen it a long time ago, but I was like, let me just let him do him.
Yeah.
But Doodle said,
Not today, bitch.
not today, bitch. That's not the way. Not the way. Sorry, Cage. Now, that being said, you know what it is. Do you K-Dollar Bro Play Insider? He said, if I'm not first, second, or third, I got to be first one way or another. And he is the first super chat of the night with that $2
there's
super chat.
a way. Get it?
Oh, Will Bro Play Lois. Oh,
that's
hold on. Why you don't got to make shit up?
Thank you, guys.
You know what I'm saying? We got it right there.
I'm here all night.
You are here all night.
Well, till the show is over.
To the show. I mean, depends on what the night equals. But shout out to Do You K9 Bro Play Insider. Says first here though. You were first here. Appreciate it.
Let's go.
We got our homie Dark Angelic.
Yes.
Taking the biggest super chat.
Oh,
spot.
Damn.
The $5 super chat. Appreciate you,
Let's
homie.
go.
Says the fail station myth of invincibility is finally destroyed, and the ponies are totally in shock and crashing out like passengers on the Titan.
Oh.
That's wild. You know, it's funny because I feel like I used to look at them as like the violin players.
Yes,
you know
I did too. I did
like
too.
they're just gonna ride it to
stop.
the end, but that wasn't true because now they turned into the guy who like takes the little girl and pretends to be her father to get on the boat with a bunch of women. You know what I'm saying? Like they have become that dude.
Nothing to see here.
They were like, oh, everything's gonna be fine. Everything's gonna be fine. It's a funny time because they were literally going at like Xbox dudes for it. But I do have to say, I am happy that this is happening because what's starting to happen is, you're starting to see that pony layer slowly lift away from the PlayStation brand.
Yes.
You know what I'm saying? And like as that pony, layer lifts, you start to see that there's just regular people under there who just own a PlayStation, who want to play games and who are excited to play Xbox games that they never were able to play before because they only have one box, right? So it's very eye-opening to really be able to see it. But these the ponies are in shambles though. They are. They don't know what to do. And we're definitely gonna talk about it. That's for sure. We do have our brother with a dope
let's go
ass profile picture.
Yes.
Oh boy, big boy Mike
let's
back
go
from vacation.
Yes.
Mr. Brother, hope you had a great time. Had a nice birthday during your vacation. So I feel like we celebrated at the same time. You know what I'm saying? It's dope stuff. He's been a member for 20 months, bro.
Thank you.
Fire.
Thank you, bro.
Fire.
That's wild.
Thank you, my brother.
Thank you.
Says 20 months already. Damn.
That's wild.
I'm back from vacation and needed an extra week to recover from it. That shit wore me out. Yo. That's how you know you had a good vacation.
Right?
You know what I'm saying?
That
because
wild,
if you need a vacation from your vacation.
Yeah, you have fun. Right. You have fun.
You did it right.
It was lit. You know what's funny? We saw, well, no, then I'll be saying, never mind. I'll be saying what he did because we'll message you, bro, because we saw some shit and we were like, oh, damn.
All right. We have to homie Do You K now.
Video.
It's all right. We'll get it. Do You K now, the broke boy insider with that $2 super chat. Appreciate it. Says so. Cage is a big fat number 2 tonight.
Oh,
ew. Oh, damn. So
shots fired.
I mean,
that's
a wild.
I mean, is he not always the big number.
Wow, that is just hurtful.
I was just wondering, asking for a friend.
Doodle came to bring the pain. You know what I'm saying? Doodle came to bring the pain. Why?
I was just wondering.
What?
It's just a question.
Apparently. Wow. Okay. All right. Let's see who else we have in the building. I see we got the homie Masshole 1977.
Yo.
What's up, fam? Thank you for being here, bro. Got Coach Coulda Canuck in the building, staking his claim as first in Canada.
Let's go.
You know,
that's what I'm talking about. See, there's an upside to everything.
You gotta
shout out to Fam Jam.
You gotta find the way, right? I mean, it's important. I see Space Shot in the building. What's up,
Space Shot? That's all.
Shout out to Space Shot, changing his YouTube name properly before coming over here.
He's like, in my social, this is where you can find me.
Space Shot has a great little statement here. He says, I'm surprised Host still has a job. Agreed.
You and me both.
Agreed.
You and me both.
It's funny because, you know, people were calling for Phil Spencer's job a lot when like stuff that he had nothing to do with was a problem. And I don't mean nothing completely, but like meaning he gave some trust, but like all these things that are bad that are happening to PlayStation stem from Herman Hulst himself, not an outside party saying, trust me, bro, we're making a good game. No. He saw these things. He said Concord was the next Star Wars. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Like this was all self-inflicted from him.
This was a handpicked situation.
But I mean, I think I think the answer is clear, right? You're surprised Herman Hulst still has a job. No, he did what Shuhei did, right? He took the step down, right? It's either, hey, remember, Shuhei told us that it was either he takes this or he's gone.
In the basement.
Well,
or you're
Hulst
out.
Was a co-CEO with Nishi, whatever his name is, right? And then what did they do? They demoted him.
Mm-hmm.
They gave him they're like, listen, you've been here a long time. We don't necessarily just want to throw you on your ass. Okay. So you can either sit down and take this other seat over here. We'll have you like on interview saying ridiculous things that weeks later we're going to change completely on you so that you look even more stupid.
You are.
Or you can leave. Or you can leave.
But that's what's crazy. That's how good he is at his job that he won't leave after being demoted, right? He's like, nah, I'm gonna stay right here. I'm staying put. I have no confidence that I'm gonna go out there.
Nobody's gonna offer me a job,
myself, right? And not after Concord.
Oh my god, that's wild. It's good times. Good times. I see Kurt Bell, user for games. What's going on, homie? Erican in the building.
Let's go.
Look at this. He says, I'm man enough to admit I was wrong. I thought Xbox giving their games away while PlayStation was still money hatting was a bad move. Little did I know how those sales would entice Sony. Listen, I can be man enough to say that you were wrong. And that's just the truth. You were just plain old wrong. No, I'm just playing. No, good for you for being able to see that. Just, you know, next time when you hear your homies up here, like little Miss Doodle over here, your boy CMoney, Pharoah, Fuzzy, you know, the crew who's like, hey, this is actually a good thing. This is going to work. And PlayStation will follow suit because not because we were enlightened by Jesus, but because Hiroki Totoki and the CEO of Sony came out and told it all. This was words that were spoken, not translations that were misconstrued.
That's wild, though. It's true. Listen, I respect that some people die on that hill.
Yes, good
with
job
the,
not dying
with
on
the
the
same
hill.
nonsense, but it is crazy that the selective hearing, and I'm not talking about you specifically, I'm talking about, you know, just in general, the selective hearing from like these scalpers and everyone out there thinking that this was not something that they were going to do. Like they literally flat out came out here and said so. So it's just everything in due time.
Yeah. And again, like the world's not ending, right? Just like it shouldn't have when Xbox did this.
Yeah.
All those people, can you imagine how embarrassed they feel right now?
You would hope, though. You would
No, they are. That's why you're barely seeing them, right? They're so embarrassed that they sat there and talked all that ridiculous nonsense, okay? Talked all that ridiculous nonsense, said Xbox was dead, they're dying, PlayStation would never. They have never, so they will never, but that's some crazy shit. Let me ask you a question. Do you still shit your pants when you gotta go poo-poo? Because when you were a baby, you used to shit your pants. So what happened? You don't evolve, you don't change, you grow up. You stop shitting in your pants. Well, PlayStation is finally done shitting in its pants. Okay? It actually wants to make some real money.
Damn, that CMoney analogies. I swear, it needs to be a book. It needs to be a book.
I'm just saying.
Feel like
it's the reality.
Man.
It's the reality of it.
I didn't know where you were going with it.
You're welcome.
But damn.
You're welcome.
Damn.
You didn't know.
Preach.
You didn't know.
Get it.
That's what let me give myself a little two-piece.
Get it.
You know what I'm saying? Let me get the homie out here preaching the truth.
Let's go.
Seth Garfinkel, Seth Monster in the building with that $2 super chat.
Thank you.
With that,
Thank
is that
you,
pizza? God,
I think so.
it's so pretty.
It is.
The homie.
I love pizza.
I love the pizza. He says with the factual statement 150%, saying Phil was right about everything.
You ain't lying.
He was right about everything. He said it. There's a reason why it's so crazy. Because again, like there's a reason why we tend to like listen to what Microsoft and Xbox has to say and then listen to that, take that in and make our decisions based off of what they're saying, right? That's why we don't listen to like the rumors and the bullshit because none of that matters, right? We want to hear it from them. And you know, people always wonder why you don't see PlayStation really giving a lot of in-person interviews, right?
Yeah.
Herman Hulst is not always in the news talking to some news outlet, some fan outlet, right? No. You don't see that. Nintendo never ever is doing any of that stuff. Very select, all this, right? Very calculated.
It all has to be staged.
Phil
right?
doesn't, right?
Mm-hmm.
Phil, it's like, hey, your game just flopped horribly. Are you going to cancel your show with us because it just happened? And he's like, nah, I'll go and I'll take the beating, right?
Yeah.
Because I know bitch.
And that's the thing I get from Phil, and I've said it before, like this genuine demeanor that he has. And I like that because, you know, he just sits there and it's like a conversation where he tells you what he can say, right? And you know that he's not reading off of something. But it is just an organic situation. At least that's the vibe that I get from him. So yeah.
I mean, it's just what it is. So he when he's speaking with the knowledge of someone who's been at Microsoft, one of the biggest companies in the world, for over 25 years, right? Like this guy, he understands the business. He's in the position he's in because of the foresight that they have. And you know, they're not afraid to come out here and just talk and say shit, right?
And they're willing to talk, and that's what's difficult when like the words get twisted, and you know, it's a situation that's almost like taken advantage of, the fact that they're so transparent and open and willing to go ahead and have those conversations, whether you like the answer or not. It is their truth, and to get, you know, cast aside and, you know, people want you to freaking get fired or the building burned down for those reasons, it's a little wild and highly disrespectful, because it should be, again, appreciated, the fact that they do take the time to do these things.
Agreed 100%. Then we got our boy Big Boy
Boy
Mike in the building with that $5 super chat. Appreciate you, my
Thank
brother.
you.
Oh shit,
Thank
I
you,
forgot to
bro.
update. See, if I don't update things immediately,
You got this. See,
it all goes to doo-doo. So let me hit bam bam Bigelow, boom shakalaka. All right, money cash flows. All right, Big Boy Mike with that $5 super chat. Appreciate you, my brother. Thank you for rocking with us. Says, I leave the States and come back to find out PlayStation is dead and ponies are literally crying and catching tantrums.
yes,
What
they are.
Yes. Yeah, I mean, look, this is the good type of dead. It's the PlayStation that was before is now dead and gone, right? This new PlayStation is going to emerge, one that's led by people who are focused on actually trying to make a profit for their business, so that maybe one day in the future they can invest more in gaming instead of just taking every dollar they make and put it into anime, right? This is the world that PlayStation needs to exist in order for those games that were, you know, that people had such great fondness for, who were fans of PlayStation, have a chance to get them back, right? In bigger and better ways, right? If games are going everywhere, maybe all those older IP that you guys over on PlayStation Land I see looking for with Resistance, right? Maybe they'll bring back Killzone, right? If it can go everywhere. Like, you don't know, right? You don't know, but having a bigger addressable audience is always going to put them in a situation where they can kind of make new thoughts, new decisions, and see if there's anything they want to add. So this is definitely a positive all around.
Absolutely. This is an exciting thing for them to go and figure out new ways of going ahead and maybe bringing money in. They have not been in a good situation for quite a while now, and it wasn't sustainable, the risk that they were taking, because they were taking risk even though it didn't seem that way, and abandoning everything they used to do. And so maybe this will open the doors to the opportunity of them being able to get back on track to what they used to be and what they used to offer. So we'll see. It's going to take a little while. They've lost a lot of investment, right? They've lost a lot of money that they're going to want to rebuild, right? They're going to want to get back in some way or another. So
well, they're also gonna have to compete with their games.
Yes.
Right. And that's like a lot what we're going to talk about going into this first topic. But they have to compete with their games, right? And that's a different scenario to where you get to release your game in an isolated bubble that only certain people get to play, and those people are going to glaze your game because that's the only meal that they've gotten in God knows how long. So they go and they live in this bubble, and Pharoah has said it so many times, talking about how like the reviews and stuff like that actually hurt PlayStation, because they start feeding into their own thoughts that they're cooking, and then none of these games are selling for them in a meaningful way.
Yeah,
you know, for the majority of them, right?
You start believing the lies, right, and the hype. And now I think this is also going to be one heck of a challenge for them to also be out there and compete, really
Facts.
Compete, right?
Facts. And then maybe they'll also compete with hardware, like your boy Phil said. he doesn't want you to buy an Xbox because he's locking down some game that you want to play. He wants you to buy an Xbox because it's the best bot. I was calling him the best bot, the best box that you can buy for the money, right? And that's what we want. We want them competing in shit that actually benefits us. This idea of exclusives benefiting, it benefits no one.
Yeah.
Right. If you own a particular box and a game's exclusive to your box, great. But that's
probably part of why you bought the box.
But if the game's
that's not going to benefit anybody else.
And it's not going to benefit you when games are exclusive to another box.
Exactly.
Right. So like it's at the end of the day, I know where we were, but this is where we are now. Right. Back in the day, less games were coming out. Right. So each one game meant more. So exclusive was like, oh my God, I have no games to play. So this exclusive is such a big deal to me. Where now we live in a world where Black Myth Wukong decides that it's going to be exclusive on one side. And then we're like, well, we have Wu Chang coming. So it's like, whatever.
Yeah.
It is what it is. Right.
It is important what you brought up. The box, having them want to, because we saw that mess that the pisser is, right? If you come out here and you're like, okay, well, I also have to compete for people to come on my platform. And that's why I feel so freaking excited about what Phil is what they're working on, because the fact that he said, let the box speak for itself, that's powerful. That's powerful, especially when we know that they're not necessarily leading in that way when it comes to the boxes. To come out here and feel that confident about what you're going to bring to the table, man, that's a big deal.
It is.
So I'm hyped.
It is. Absolutely. Absolutely. Thank you, my brother. Appreciate you. Oh, snap. The motherfucking
right you are
in the building. Went ahead and gifted 20 on point for gamer memberships, man. Let me hit it with a oh shit, there's like clapping.
Thank you.
No laughter. That was not, the laughing wasn't intentional. All right. That's just slip of the finger. You know what I'm saying?
Oh.
But shout out to our boy Ryu Art going ahead and gifted 20, man. You're the shit. Thank you so much, my
Ryu Art. Thank you so much.
Y'all know what to do.
Tell him, baby.
Motherfucking welcome to the family emoji.
Let's
in the
go.
chat. Welcome our newest members, man. We appreciate each and every one of y'all for rocking out with us. So thank you very much.
Ryu Art,
and of course, Ryu Art, my brother. Thank you, my bro. Very, very appreciate it.
Thank you, guys. Welcome.
You the man. Let me go update this shit real quick before fuck around and find out. You know what I'm saying? Hold on. Got Ryu Art. 20. All right, there we go. By the way, when we're reading some of these super chats or anything, if you guys have something to say, you can absolutely hop in and say. Like, it's not, you don't have to just wait. We're just reading through, but you can definitely hop in at any time. We got a boy RC Polygon.
Yo,
who I don't know if this was just a. I don't know.
Thank you for being a member for 4 months.
Appreciate you being a member for 4 months, but I don't know if this was a message or if you resubbed or something. But thank you, my brother. Appreciate the support. Thank you, my man. All right.
Thank you.
He's back with a $10 super chat.
Let's go.
Biggest super chat of the night. We got to update the banner.
Yes.
He says, just the FYI, there is going to be the Microsoft earning report tomorrow. So do expect the fake crying and Xboxes leaving hardware from the media. Hardware goes down while profits and subscription revenue go up. And that, my friends, is all that matters. I'm interested to see the conversation now that this new news is out in these streets. You know what I'm saying? So now that this is all just another place for games to be released, are they going to say it the same way? Are they gonna try to downplay it, or are they gonna say no, Xbox is around? That's what I mean. I don't know if I mean PlayStation's putting their games on Xbox. Does that mean they don't exist? Like, I'm very confused.
I mean, it's pretty awesome that this kind of took place a bit, what it feels like back to back, right? Because they were just up in arms and they like gave them just enough time to really say their piece, right? And express how they feel. So to see the other side do the same thing. And we know that people don't necessarily keep the same energy when it comes to PlayStation and Xbox. I'm just saying, what are we going to see now?
Yeah, I mean,
is it all acceptable now? Go ahead.
I think it's just hard for the industry to wrap their heads around the fact that PlayStation has about 80 million consoles shipped, round up, but they're not winning. Versus Microsoft is winning, but it's not about the boxes shipped, and we've gotten to this weird place in the gaming industry where the amount of boxes sold mattered more than the amount of games that are sold, when we're a gaming industry, not necessarily a console industry. The console is just a way to get to the games. The games are always number one.
Facts.
And Xbox is doing very well selling games, which is the primary function of all of these companies, is to sell games. It's not to sell hardware. Hardware is just a means to sell software. It's an entry point.
Exactly.
PlayStation has more entry points, but they're not achieving the sales that they would like. Most people who are purchasing PlayStation 5s are purchasing it for live service titles that are mostly free to play. So they're not even purchasing a game. And then of those people that are purchasing games, they're game sharing. So for every 2 consoles, only one person's buying a game. So it puts them in a weird place. Whereas, maybe there's only 33 million Xboxes out there. I think that was like the last rumored number. Maybe it's only 33. But of those 33, how many of those have an individual Game Pass subscription? It's a lot different because you have each individual box paying for a service versus PlayStation. You got people who are sharing games and sharing service. You don't necessarily have that same thing, because I know, like in my instance, I have 2 Xboxes in the house. That means I can only share with 2 Xboxes. My kids share a Game Pass account with me. I'm sure that is the thing that a lot of people do. They probably have multiple devices in their house. Most people who are gamers typically have, like, if anything, a high end and a low end device. So it's just a different dynamic, and Xbox has kind of captured that different dynamic and has shown the industry there's a new way to win in this industry.
Bars.
Agreed.
Yeah. I think one of the things I've noticed amongst a lot of us in the gaming community, it seems like all of those Sony sales are like more of your casual player that buys maybe 2 or at most 4 games a year. And that's where they're kind of, I wouldn't say they're hurting, but they're definitely not capitalizing on each box out there. Like 80 million consoles, and one of your bigger sellers as far as first party only does like 1.5 million. But when you look at first party on like Nintendo, they sell, let's say there's 50 million consoles. Sometimes they sell more software than the freaking Switch exists, type of thing. But then again, some of that works on like the Wii U and stuff like that. But Xbox, it seemed like, and Phil had talked about this in the early days of Game Pass. Like, you have the casuals within the Xbox community, but you also have those that once they get a hold of Game Pass, they wind up buying either the games that they know are going to leave the service or the games that aren't coming to the service, kind of thing. So you'll have it where the casual that used to just play GTA 5 and maybe 2K or NBA 2K, they're now playing a ton of games through Game Pass. They're still getting their 2 to 4, casual games. And then they're probably spending more on the microtransactions, whether it be season passes and skins. And I know a lot of people are against those types of transactions, but money is money as far as Microsoft is concerned. And with having a service like that, it makes it easier, or people are more willing. Hey, I got this $60 or $70 game essentially for free, or for the price of my subscription. if I drop them 20 for a skin or a season pass or something along those lines, it doesn't seem as bad as when you go ahead and buy the $100 Volt edition and then you wind up still spending like another 20 on a skin or something along those lines. So yeah, Microsoft, they're definitely, I guess Phil put it best before. You can either monetize your existing customer base or find another customer base to monetize.
Mm-hmm.
They've already, figured out with the Xbox customer base, sell games and sell subscriptions, and that's worked. And then they took that extra step and sold games to the other side. And that's the thing I guess Sony is now learning after seeing, and I'm sure you'll get to the Matt Piscatella thing where it's like six of the 10 games, like 6 of the 10 games in your top 10 for the past quarter are from Microsoft. And you only got only one of your titles makes it into that top 10. Like, that has to make their shareholders feel a certain way. Like, shareholders are the thing that some of us blame for, Xbox's transition or move as far as how they move. But hey, Sony is accountable to their shareholders just the same.
It's
and
all the same, bro. Money's money.
Exactly.
Money's money. And they convinced their shareholders long enough that their money was going to come from keeping things exclusive. But now they have to, how can they look at their shareholders' faces and say that, and then and then those shareholders see the report that Microsoft is owning everything on the PlayStation store, right? Like this is just, look, we're going to get into it, but there's just no way around it, right? This is why it's happening. And again, we're definitely going to talk about it. Let's get through these so that we can actually hop into this topic. We got the homie Corey Nova for life, man. Thank you, my brother, for being here. Thank you for that $2 super chat. Says, yo, my people, have a good one. Thank you so much, man. Thank you for rocking out with us, bro. Appreciate you. Got the homie Anthony Roberts with that $7 Canadian, man. Appreciate you, bro. Says, I don't know what you heard about me, but a pony can't get $1 out of me. No Cadillac, no perms, you can't see that I'm a motherfucking XBOT. Oh, it's fire. It took me a while. It took me a while to catch on to what I was reading, but yes.
Let's go. Anthony Roberts in the building.
Anthony Roberts.
That's how you do it.
Starkey Love, our boy with that $5 super chat. Appreciate you, my brother. Says, notice no major media outlet has even mentioned the job posting. I'm talking IGN, GameSpot, Kind of Funny. Not a single video. Sony PR firms. I mean, this is just the sad truth of it, right? We know that this is the way that they've always been, and they just prove it out more and more, right? Let's go back to Digital Foundry.
Oh, with Ghost of
Where
Yote?
is the Ghost of Yote fucking video?
Where is
they
it?
Talk up that video was delivered in 4K.
Mm-hmm.
They can take that and analyze it, but they did not. They literally analyze everything, but that one, a major first party PlayStation title, they cannot stop themselves from posting something positive about PlayStation.
I wouldn't be shocked if Sony paid them not to do it.
Well,
I wouldn't be shocked.
Listen, that dude on there, what's his name? Oli Mac. Oh my God. Did you see how like the day before the job posting went live, he got quoted as saying like, no, that's an Xbox thing. PlayStation is not interested in putting their games in other places.
Okay.
12 hours later.
Yeah, I mean,
boom, news drops.
Yes. People gotta recognize it's a new world, man. It's a new world, and like for this generation, like PlayStation has not been a very good ROI for Sony, and that something has to change at some point. So I mean, this can't go on forever. But the real question in the future is you got Game Pass over here. So if you get Game Pass and PlayStation games over here, then why do you stay where you're currently at? That's going to be the next big question that a lot of consumers are going to end up facing.
I mean, I think the people in the know will face it. Everybody else will just keep doing what they're doing, and they'll keep buying whatever box Sony puts out there because that's what they know, that's what they feel. I was just having a conversation with our buddy who is a PlayStation fan, and he's like, listen, I see a lot of games on Xbox that I really like and would like to play, but it's just, I like my controller. I like my UI. Like I'm so used to myself.
You
Like
like
I don't
what
want to
you
buy
know,
another
right?
Yeah,
console
you're comfortable.
to
Yeah.
play those games, even though I would like to play those games. It's just I just don't want to. And he's happy as shit that there's games coming over. He's not looking at it like, oh my god,
are
look at what
Xbox
Xbox has to do. It's like, oh man, I wanted to play that game, not that Xbox game, right? I wanted to play that game because the vast majority of the world are just gamers, not Xbox or PlayStation or Nintendo gamers. They just game on what they have.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah, for sure.
And like PC, the reason why it ends up being so big is because it's a lot of people's default. There's a lot of parents who can't justify going to buy a console, but they need a PC in their house. And most PCs can play, most modern PCs can play most modern games, even if it's a shit integrated graphics one. They just got to play on low settings or whatever, but they can still play, right? This is why PC dominates, because it's a tool that the household needs, so it's easy to put it in there. These consoles are, unfortunately, they've said it so many times, and now that PlayStation is doing this, they'll finally admit that what Microsoft and Phil has been saying this whole time is in fact true, that the console market has not been growing.
Yeah.
You're rinsing and repeating the same group of people over and over again. Whose fancy did you tickle this time? Oh, Jimmy Bob over here, he's mad at you, Xbox, so he has a PlayStation this generation. Oh, that generation, PlayStation pissed off Jimmy Bob. Oh, he's back to Xbox now. Like, it's just a circle of shit that is just going around the same way and is not growing in a meaningful way. And the fact that both Xbox and PlayStation have come out and done this now proves that this is the case.
And you mentioned that mentality, right? And it's such a strong situation. Again, we brought up the S being $149 and Game Pass being available, and that is not like moving players. That's not going to make people switch over, right? So I think it's just the right thing to do, not just, for Xbox or PlayStation, but just for the developers, the games, and for the consumers, for the players. They should have access to games, especially with the prices the way that they're heading. You buy a box, you should be able to have access to a nice amount of games.
Yeah, for sure.
100%. And that's just the way that things will be going, right? This is what is finally being seen. So and you do have the homie, do you can now the broke boy inside with that $2, which I appreciate. Homie says, kind of funny, said it. Blessing said it was nothing. Okay, cool. Well, look, I think
blessings.
Blessing. All right, listen, I think we've danced around it for a good amount of time now. I say let's go ahead and put a ring on it. All right, let's make it official and hop in to the topic. You ready? I'm ready.
Yes, let's go.
Actually, I'm not ready. It wasn't a lie. I have to go. I have to get ready.
Liar.
I'm going to start to get ready right this second.
I do. While you get ready, I do want to hear, because we haven't talked to you guys since the news broke out, and I don't think the topic you're pulling out, babe, is not from Friday, because we had
it's right. I mean, it's a spin on it, but this all can go together. That's
okay, because I do want to hear how you guys found out and what was the mentality.
So and just to be clear for everybody who's listening, we're talking about the fact that PlayStation has officially gone ahead and had a position that is being advertised for, where they're looking to hire someone who is going to be helping with putting games or taking their their games beyond PlayStation, their first party studio games beyond PlayStation, not the past ones or anything. That just the first. That's what it's about. They want to take first party games, bring them Xbox, PlayStation.
PC.
PC and Nintendo Switch.
Yep.
And this was named by PlayStation, Xbox.
But then
there's multiple people already who are in that position. There's just an extra person they're hiring.
Yeah, it does bring up Nintendo in the overall, but when you see the breakdown,
it's a focus.
Xbox
it's a heavy
PC,
focus
yes.
on Xbox PC. So, yeah. I don't know, Fuzzy, if you want to start. What was your first reaction? Where were you when you found out that this was going down?
I forget what I was doing running around Friday. I think like these past couple of weeks, I've been trying to, redo some rooms in the house, turn 2 of them into a podcast room. So I've been running back and forth to Home Depot and whatnot, and found out we weren't going to get the flooring for 2 weeks because I guess it wasn't in stock or something. So I was out and about, and I got a phone call. Like I got some DMs and everything, but I got a phone call from Boom. Yeah, because I think he did a live stream, and I'm like, sorry I missed your call. I've been running around, and then because I haven't been looking on social media as much as I used to, only because I'm using that time to play me some Division. I have to admit I've fallen back into that game, but
Nice.
Yeah, I checked on social media, and it was like, oh my God, it's actually happening. And the funny thing is, last time I was here, we were talking about the whole Helldivers 2 deal, and that's going to be their it's only 4 games kind of moment. And it was like, well, there's probably going to be other games. I wouldn't be surprised if Spider-Man or something like that. I think you guys had made mention where it's like it's a license deal. It makes sense, They're just sitting on titles that aren't making any more money. It's not like somebody that's had their PS5 that wanted to play Spider-Man hasn't bought it already type of thing. It's going to be other platforms. So after seeing the breakdowns and some people taking PlayStation out of their bio and they're switching to PC, some of them are switching to Nintendo, or they had foreshadowed saying, well, if PlayStation ever stops doing exclusives, I'll become a Nintendo fan. And I'm thinking to myself, like, I have a Nintendo Switch and I just bought it because I like games, but I'm not the biggest fan of Nintendo. And it's like, you're really going to leave all your library for Nintendo? Wow. It was crazy seeing grown men cry. Like there were some that actually posted video. Like I would have sworn somebody had stole their woman, kicked their dog, or tripped their child down the stairs or something. Like, man, it was a sight to see. And all I could think is like the South Park episode. And I know Brett Brigham in the chat will probably remind us of it. Like the tears when Cartman's licking the tears off the table from the kid that he just fed his mom to or something like that. Yeah, that's the kind of feeling I was getting from seeing all these people cry about it, and how much they gave, Xbox fans, crap about stuff. And speaking about blessing, with kind of funny, wasn't he the same one that said, when Forza Horizon 5 went over there, we win or we won?
Yes,
like,
right.
What did you win exactly? Oh, you won the higher ups over at Sony noticing how well it sells, so they do the same thing. That's what you won. Congratulations. So it's like, yeah, I'm kind of glad, because when I said this on Boom Show on Monday, I'm like, that console war stuff that they were all over there, trying to rub in our face, like, oh, our games are quality. Well, no, Xbox games are quality. It's just that you guys choose not to play them. Oh, wait, they were on PlayStation. Now you choose to play them. And now it's like, well, your high regarded, exclusives are going to be coming over. And there's so many different factors that could, go behind the reasoning. And I'm sure we'll get into that more, but it's just funny to me now. I said, take that console war energy and bring it to the front lines of any multiplayer game, the PvP in Gears, or racing in Forza Horizon, or any of the other games that are going to be coming over from there. It's like, at this point, that should be the new console war, or maybe we do subscription wars because you guys still don't have your first party exclusives, or I'm sorry, your first party titles because they're no longer exclusive in your subscription service.
I feel like he did that on purpose. He did that on purpose.
I mean,
maybe this lets that happen, right?
No,
maybe
they just
now
they don't produce.
They could sell the game elsewhere while their game is in their subscription service for their diehard PlayStation fans.
The subscription service would have to go up in price dramatically because they just don't produce enough content to where it's financially feasible at the moment.
At this point, all of those PlayStation games are not selling jack shit over there anyway.
Yeah, then it's like they're just, you get rid of Jack and they're just not selling shit at that point. That's what ends up happening. So I mean, it's a really tough spot. Like Sony has, I feel like PlayStation has to earn the trust of Sony back to where Sony feels comfortable investing in what they have going forward. And I think that's why this, third party approach is taking place, because once this third party approach takes place, then Totoki has a chance to really gauge and see, do I keep investing in PlayStation the way I have been, or where do I take my brand now? Where do I take Sony now? Because right now, I think he sees these reviews and everything is supposedly great. We're selling all these consoles, but everything isn't adding up. If I can get things to add up to where it makes sense, then I can continue to invest in this brand the way that we have been investing in it. But I think big Sony is looking at little PlayStation and saying, we need a little bit more from you before we can. That's why I think the games are about to get smaller. We're not going to see these big AAAs anymore. We're going to see these old AAAs kind of get out into the multi-platform space and see how much money they can really generate and how much of the trust can PlayStation really garner from its shareholders and its CEO.
Agreed. And your reaction, Pharoah, to when you first heard that this was happening?
I just laughed, man. It was like you kind of saw it coming, because this list also kind of confirms, what the things we've been talking about. You can't have your competitor dominate you in this way. You just can't. And I mean, we're gonna have to wait till Nintendo, kind of gets rolling on their software with this new Switch. But even Nintendo, at some point, you just can't let Xbox dominate the entire top 20 lists, because what if Xbox buys someone else, and now instead of let me count to 6 instead of 6, what if it goes from 6 to 12?
Oh,
what if it goes from 12 to 15?
There's a lot of people saying that Nintendo would never, right? But those same people are saying the same thing. They said the same thing about PlayStation, right?
Yeah.
This is the same thing that, and again, we're about to jump into that topic, but the same thing that is making PlayStation make these changes. At a certain point, Nintendo will look at their numbers and say, you're saying people are not mostly buying our games here anymore. Yes, you're saying that Nintendo games are not the top of the pot anymore. Like, that is going to be something that's going to make significant change. It's going to take a while, and only because it's a weak ass box, and it's hard to put games over there.
I would say give it 3-4 years, especially if Xbox buys someone else this year. Someone that can actually impact this top 20 list on a yearly basis. If they purchase another one that has 2 or 3 of those, and you could potentially have a quarter where the top 10 games are all Microsoft Corporation games. I mean, that's very much a reality that could take place. And if that happens, there's going to have to be some sort of response in the industry, even amongst the platform holders. There's going to have to be some sort of response. They're going to have to do something different in order to take back market share. This is a competitive space, and you're going to have to do something different when you start seeing that things are changing in this manner.
Yeah.
I feel that. Let's get the homie Brett Bingham in the building.
Brett.
That Fada Suchi, I appreciate you, my brother.
Thank
Says,
you.
hey, Hiroki, bring over Ghost of Tsushima, Spider-Man, Uncharted, Resistance, Killzone, SOCOM, and your women. Holy shit. We'll show them a good time. Wow. God damn it, Brett. Oh my God.
Man,
All right.
That was funny. You wildin'. You
Let's
wildin'.
hop in.
that really
Let's
put
hop
the
in.
ultimate in Game Pass, huh?
Apparently. All right, let's hop into this topic. All right, chapter 1. Okay, this is why PlayStation is multi-plat now. I have some. Oh, you biznitch. I had it already. Okay, sorry. I have in front of me, which I'm about to put in front of you, the very document that has changed everything. And the reason why I say it's this document is because of the time that this document covers. It shows that when they sat on the chair not too long ago, they did talk about trying to figure out what was going to be. They're in the process of figuring out, PlayStation's figuring out what the next gen is going to look like. What are they doing moving forward? And Herman Hulst sat there and he was like, we're going to be really particular and blah, 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 blah. And then out of nowhere, just 5 days ago, we have a PlayStation out here trying to hire somebody to bring games to Xbox, PC. Now Poorhouse, right? That's Nixon. They already got the bodies. They're not. This is why this is not just a casual, we're just hiring. This is a foundational shift in the company. This is a new movement that they're making. They're hiring people who are going to go out there and make contacts with Xbox, with Nintendo. They're going to build relationships. They're going to, talk about Game Pass and what deals and what special cuts can we do. And all. They're going to have people who are ingrained into the company who every single day of their life think about how they're bringing which games and how they're bringing the games to Xbox, to the Switch and PC. That's what's happening. But
People
Herman
without
Hulst
a
had
personal
that
attachment, right? So this is what's going to be the big deal. They can just make the decisions that make sense without the extra baggage. Herman is, from what we've seen and what we've heard, extremely emotional when it comes to certain things. And that's why, his games come first and his decisions are the ones that, without hearing anything else, so that he can maybe see where he may be missing something. So, I mean, this is necessary.
Absolutely. So let's bring it up. You have Matt Piscatella. And Matt, well, he has something to say. Matt says, pulling together in a message on Blue Sky, he says, pulling together our huge Q2 games market dynamics report, which includes this chart, which I will show you in a second, says among, like, frankly, too many others. And just kind of stared at this one for a bit. My dude, Matt Piscatella, who blocked me on Twitter for no reason, is out here in shock.
Just staring at.
He is in awe. He is staring at the document, dumbfounded.
What does this mean? What does this mean?
Like, how can this happen to me? You used to be the best, and now what? He says, wild times in the console market these days. Imagine showing this list to someone in 2015. team. Okay. Now we built it up. Okay, we built everything up. What is this list?
What is this list?
Document.
Now,
what is this?
Are we gonna stare at it and try to, figure it out like Matt?
Well, the beauty is, unlike Matt, who had to stare at it for so long because maybe he's not, you know what I'm saying, as Sharpie T may seem, it's pretty clear cut to those of us with eyes. Here is that list. And this list is the quarter 2 2025 top 10 best-selling games on PlayStation platforms. Okay, now check this out. You might be listening and saying to yourself, but CMoney, aren't you primarily focused on Xbox? Why would you be talking about a PlayStation list? Oh, that's because we are talking Xbox when we're talking about any list from PlayStation now. Why do you say? Well, if you look at that list from April 2025 to July 5th, 2025, the number 1 best-selling game on PlayStation, Forza Horizon 5. Who makes that game? You. Microsoft. Now, you think we would stop there?
Let's go.
Number 2 on the list of all the money that was spent by PlayStation owners exclusively. That's their only exclusive, is the money they spent on PlayStation, right? All that money they spent, number 1 went to Forza Horizon 5, an Xbox game. Number 2 goes to the Elder Scrolls 4 Oblivion Remastered. Another Microsoft Xbox game. Now, you may say,
this is where it ends.
That's the end, right? Top 2. No. We skip a spot. Go down to number 4. You have Call of Duty, Black Ops 6. Another Xbox property. Now, reasonable minds would believe that that's enough. Stop the beat, right? He's already dead. Leave him alone. Well, you would think, but Xbox don't have no chill. You know what I'm saying? There's no chill there. The next game on the list. Remember, guys, top 10 best-selling games for the quarter for PlayStation. PlayStation dollars exclusively. Doom the Dark Ages. Another.
They're bleeding
Xbox
out, babe. Stop
property.
right now. They're bleeding out.
Remember, they told us that that Doom didn't sell.
Yeah.
Ooh. They bought it for sure. But then at that point, you might say, guys, this is just a mockery now. Clearly, there can't be more. Oh, there's more. Next on the list, Indiana Jones and the Great Circle.
Damn.
Microsoft, Xbox owned.
Isn't that the Vertigo
And
game?
another one.
Yeah, they didn't get motion sickness.
Yeah. They got motion sick while they were playing, but they were all doing it. You know what I'm saying? Like they were all just in a room like, I can't work, and I can't see, but I love it anyway. You know what I'm saying? Like that's what they were all doing together, playing Indiana Jones on the last 3 months. Okay.
Damn. That's commitment.
Well, hold on.
Not good for their
Hold
health.
on. It's not done.
It's not over.
How? There's one more in the top 10. And if you haven't been counting, that's literally 6 out of the 10 spots. Rounding out the last of Microsoft's triumph is right after Indiana Jones, and that is Minecraft. Microsoft, Xbox owned. God damn. God damn. Okay.
This is on the PlayStation platform, you guys.
Yeah. I didn't realize this was solely on the PlayStation platform.
No. This is
yes,
PlayStation only.
Yeah, so I didn't realize that at first.
This is not PC. This is not Xbox players. This is just the PlayStation fan base. And listen, again, I want to first of all congratulate the PlayStation fan base for actually revealing themselves. Absolutely. Right now, we see that there are actual gamers over there. It's not just the dumb doo-doo ponies who don't know. That's that layer
you were talking about.
The layer has removed itself, and all of you now are just seeing. Look at you guys. Living your best life, enjoying great games that happen to be made and owned by Xbox. Guys, this is a beautiful thing. Now, there is one game in between, the number 3 game. It is a PlayStation game. Now, clearly, PlayStation people are like, you see? Exclusives! Exclusives! Number 3, baby! Well, let me break this down for you guys. The only game that has made the top 10 that PlayStation has anything to do with just so happens to be MLB The Show 25, which is in fact on Xbox.
It's not an exclusive.
And on PC.
Wasn't it
and everywhere
in
else.
Game Pass?
I don't think
not
it's on
this
PC.
year, but
no, last year's.
No,
last
year.
I thought it went in.
They did years before that. This year it wasn't in.
Okay.
But that is the game. The only game is the multi-platform game, and this is PlayStation players buying this game. Why? Because the hype is shared. They're in it. They're excited. They know that it's baseball being played. It's a sport, and they have it. And look at that. That's the only one that's up there. The multi-platform game that they put everywhere is the only one that PlayStation fans have been buying on PlayStation in a significant way. If you don't really understand what this list means, okay? In 3 months, every single game that has released, third party, any exclusive type deals, anything that release over the course of the last 3 months, more people spent more money on these games than any other game released in 3 months. Okay,
which is a US list, it's a worldwide list,
which is wild. You know what I'm saying? That is a really crazy situation, right? And you know, you guys joked about it, but if God forbid Xbox buys Take-Two, God forbid,
then that's 8.
That's
woo.
That's 8 games,
bro. Oh my God! Wow. So,
and I mean, this is what they were looking for, right? See, you had mentioned like when they go ahead and look at the list, this is where they want to be. So this is their target. Man, who would have thought that they'll be all over the PlayStation platform in this way?
Well, I think to your point, right? When you look at this is 3 months, right? So remember, this talk about PlayStation, you know, obviously has been going on for a while, right? We cite Hiroki Totoki from last year, right? We talk about the CEO of Sony back in January of 2024 coming out and saying the games are going to be ubiquitous, right? Wherever they can compute, they'll be playing, right? So this has been a long time coming, right? But obviously we've seen also like what's his name? Henry Holst? Herman Holst come out and he'll try to downplay it a little bit, like, oh, you know, we're gonna be selective. And you know, I remember when he did somebody got him big time when he said you know, Horizon came to PC like years ago, the first Horizon, and they're like, oh, we're very selective, you know, this doesn't mean there's other ones going to be coming, you know, it's just this one. And then poof, all the PlayStation games are on PC now, right? So he's been trying to downplay this shit. I don't know if he's like the last of the old guard trying to
That's very possible.
still keep this going. But seeing this list, knowing they look at their numbers, right? Sony knows, right? Sony knows what is bringing in the money and what is selling and doing well. And they're seeing all of these people choose Xbox games over anything else that they have sitting there available to buy, right? The Xbox not the only one releasing games. Many third parties are out there, right? Now, remember, if Xbox wasn't on this list, okay, if you remove every single Microsoft game from this list, let me give you a hint. It would not be replaced by Sony games.
No.
Okay. It would just be replaced by other third-party games, right? So the difference is in that scenario, PlayStation is making their 30% and they're giving 70% back to these third parties, right? In this scenario, PlayStation is going ahead and making its 30%, but they are funding their quote-unquote direct competitor in everything they do because of the fact that Microsoft now owns their store. And that's a very different philosophy that's happening there, right? This very different mindset of, hey, yeah, I normally buy from these people. They're really good. I like them. I want to support them. I hope they keep doing well. There's another one is like, yo, you're my competitor. How am I paying you all this money, right? And at the end of the day, none of that shit really matters because to them, it's all about trying to make the money. But this is why you can see it right here, clear as day. This is why multi-platform PlayStation is now in existence.
They can't.
This is why it's happening. They want to see if they could go ahead and release some games on Xbox and have them end up on a chart somewhere. Maybe they can make some money off of their older games that are sitting around and then get some new blood when they drop a new game, right? Bro, the fact that the most played games and most money spent on games are from a game that is 5 years old and a game that's 20 years old. Top two games owned by Microsoft and Xbox. That is a crazy, crazy situation. I do want to get you on here, baby. But before we do, I do have a few super chats that we have, and then we'll get you on.
Let's go.
So we have the homie RC Polygon in the building with that $5 super chat. Appreciate you, fam. Says you say if Xbox buys another one this year, Take-Two, Valve, and or Epic Games look like a good fit to impact that top 10 list. If you guys remember, I've been saying this shit forever. If you want to know where Microsoft wants to be, this is before they owned this chart with their own fucking people. I've been saying that this is what they want. They want to own the top 10 list. They want to be the most relevant thing in gaming. And I'm sorry, you may think that PlayStation is the most relevant because they have the console sold, but no one cares about the console. They only care about what they're playing. And to the players, the games are the most relevant thing to them.
Absolutely.
So Microsoft has strategically and successfully become the most important part of gaming.
I mean,
right in front
Matt
of PlayStation's
words, the Disney of gaming is what they're trying to be, right?
Facts.
And
big facts.
This is the way you do this. You dominate. You want to have that presence that Disney has, but in gaming.
100%. 100%. So you're right. I do believe pretty, easily here that obviously I think Microsoft is going to buy some smaller stuff, right? Just to kind of,
fillers.
Just fill it in, spend some money, maybe get IDOS, maybe get Crystal Dynamics. Exactly. But when you think about what's their next big purchase, you have nowhere further to look than the top list. obviously I say top 10 is here. Look at that top 20, right? Top 20 will give you the biggest range of who they're looking for. Obviously, they want to be on the higher end. I still think Take-Two is probably the play. I would love Steam. I think Steam fucking bro, if they got Steam with the fact that they're putting Steam on Xbox and on their handheld, that would
now,
be
could that be a hint? See, could that be a hint? Could that be a situation where they're like, this is what's happening? Or could this be a step in the right direction when it comes to that relationship? It could mean one or the other, right? But the thing is, we don't know. We've had the conversations about this, and this could be what that's all about.
100%. 100%.
A game that no one talks about, that they could buy Roblox.
Yeah,
they could, but I feel like that one is too messy for them. Like Roblox fights his own battles and wins, or I don't know what they do. The fact that they have literally every IP is just blatantly used and stolen.
Yeah, used inside of it.
Like,
that's the problem. Look at what Nintendo
crazy.
is trying to do with Power World. Imagine like if Roblox is being kind of, from what we know, left alone to do their own thing. The moment that there's a situation, and I agree, Pharoah, that would be a great purchase if it didn't come with the baggage. The moment that it becomes Xbox's Roblox, then we have lawsuits coming in, requests for payments for whatever has been used. Like, it becomes really messy. People will not miss on the opportunity to jump on that wagon, and
I can see
the
that
game
too.
will be pretty much shut down.
But I think it'll be hard. If possible, I think it'll be hard for Xbox to ignore that entry point of gamer. Like you're capturing the gamer at their earliest point. Like Roblox is like the first thing that a lot of kids play. It's their first game nowadays. So I can see that. I could see that being a thing if it was available. I wouldn't.
Yeah.
I just feel like those people, like, if there's not a business that you can have that's more like just self-run at this point, Roblox, they literally just sit there and watch the money come in.
Yep.
And you know, I have to say
it's
that
just printing money for them.
Epic Fortnite has become like its own freaking platform. You see a lot of simulations where people go in there, they build their own parkour boards, and people play them all the time.
And they use all those IP to play them. The difference, though, is that Epic is spending a shit ton of money.
They are
to do that legally.
Yeah, those games look way better than they look way better than anything on Roblox too. They look way better.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, Roblox. Some of the stuff gets really.
The sounds on Roblox
really
are wild.
But you're right. But it's just that, like, literally, there's no output of money from the owners of Roblox. Like, it's a platform that they do nothing. They have no investment anymore except keeping the servers. I mean, obviously that's the type of investment they make, but they're not out here trying to, let me entice you to play Roblox by getting a deal with Nike. You know what I'm saying?
Oh.
Like, Fortnite is out here making pennies on fucking sneakers, saying, I don't give a shit. We getting them.
Crocs.
Everything.
Yeah. Everything. Music, they've incorporated.
Yeah.
And they own what's that game? I keep it's like Fall Guy, I think.
Epic.
Epic. Yeah. Yes, that's another thing.
They also own Rocket League. They put it all in Fortnite, which is wild. But yes, it's a listen, I do think if you look at this list, that's where Take-Two, Valve, Epic, these are all people
that's where the value
have
lies,
some value,
right?
Sure.
So when we think big, I would assume that's the route they would want to take, right? Something that's like already making its money, right? That you don't have
that's the way they want.
Like Call of Duty, right? It's just on a roll. So that you're going to get that money.
They want money printers
regardless. Yeah.
They want money printers. And remember, like right now, it's not the season, right? But like in another quarter, this will have NBA 2K up here.
Mhm.
In another quarter, it'll have Madden, and then in the next quarter, they'll both be in there, right? Like that's the right now. You're in this quarter. Wait till the next one comes, and you'll see some of the other big guys pop back up, right?
Yeah.
Madden 2K come out this month.
Yeah, and that's gonna change the next quarter numbers big time. Let me get the homie Mac22TH54 in the
let's
building.
go.
That follow super chat. Appreciate you, my brother. Says, ladies
Thank
and
you for
gents,
rocking out.
we all know of hashtag Dark Doodle. She's brutal and but people. Sith CMoney is just plain vicious. CMoney, let them up. The fight is over. Ding ding ding. That's funny. They gotta hear it. They gotta hear it. They gotta hear the truth. All right. That being said, so we do got the homies. Thank you guys so much for the support. Appreciate y'all. Doodle, baby,
Yes.
tell me, what does this mean?
I mean,
Does this confirm that Xbox is dead and gone, and that PlayStation will not be putting their games anywhere, even though they have listings for it?
I mean, I'm just wondering if PlayStation is catching on with everyone else about what's taking place here. Were they that late to the party? Could they not have seen the vision of what Xbox came in here to do? And, you know, this is ramping up rapidly, and that's the problem, right? So Matt sat there and stared at that list for a while, but I don't think that's what went down with Hiroki. Hiroki was like, what the fuck is going on with this list, and how do we make that happen for us? Because obviously this is where they all want to get to. If you sit there and hold tight to, you know, like you said, CMoney, you're not evolving, and to the ways that you have going on that haven't been working for you, you're just going to dig a hole deeper and deeper. This list is just going to keep on growing. The more games they put on your platform, the more that is going to integrate themselves in there. And this is just what the new normal, right? They're going to take over, which, listen, 6 out of 10, I don't know how you guys see that, but that is ridiculous, okay? That is insane for it, again, being the competitor that you have to give that money to. When you have a regular third party, yes, great, your game sold. Look at what we're making from this game out here. When you're given the money, that 70% directly to your competition so that they can continue to make games, to potentially put those games on your platform and feeding Game Pass, this subscription freaking service that has changed the gaming world. I mean, that's where it doesn't sit well. I don't know if they were questioning, and I think the idea of maybe our games can do the same thing over there crossed their mind. It's going to be a rude awakening if it doesn't. Again, we're not looking at a situation where you're talking about a platform that is necessarily starving. So we get a lot of games. I don't know how well their games are going to chart, but right now those games are not necessarily selling much of anything. So going ahead and giving them a second chance would be amazing for PlayStation, for the platform itself. We did see what happened with Stellar Blade. It went from number 185, I believe it was, you know, put on PC, and it's at what, like number 5 right now, or it was when we last saw. So it's just a way to say, you didn't get an opportunity to play this game. Here you go. You know, now you have a chance to do that. And day becomes very important later on, right? Once they start catching on with everything, it's going to be crucial to go ahead and really bring that money in, because you've already invested. So what's the point of waiting to see if they switch over to your platform? We already know that that doesn't work. So go ahead and maximize the situation. PC, Xbox, whatever you can get on Nintendo, and make your money. And hopefully that will kind of get the wheel rolling, and they can go ahead and focus on IP, maybe some of what they used to have, and a little more freedom when it comes to going ahead and choosing new IP to bring in. we do know that they've gotten to the point where they're stealing art and, you know, music, and that is like a really low place to be. So we'll see if maybe when this happens, because I do believe it's not a nothing burger, right? If this came out prior to, you know, those 4 games going on the PlayStation platform and Nintendo, if an ad like this came out looking for people and it had specifically to port games to PlayStation and Nintendo, I think people will read it just as is, right?
Yep.
And probably add a lot more to it, right? Again, 4 games and then some more when, and they still feel themselves like they have the whole slate. They have every game. And we have every Xbox game. PlayStation's the only one with exclusives. So if we can look at that in that way, I mean, if this was Xbox doing this, I think it would be clear as day, and they would again add on to it. Why can't we just use the same pair of glasses to look at what's going on with PlayStation right now? Again, I do believe it's the right move for them. I'm all for what they're doing. This is essentially something that they are cornered to do. But good on them for not waiting any longer and saying, okay, this is just the path we have to take. Bring in a crew. Let's recruit. Let's entice. Let's put out there how much you're going to get paid a year, and let's get this going. So that urgency, I'm already hearing from that. And we'll see what happens. But there's no way that you look at this and you're like, yeah, we're going to be cool. We're going to be all right. And if anybody thinks that Nintendo's not watching what is taking place here, you are sadly mistaken. And it's time to wake the heck up and stop putting that narrative out there that they keep wanting to hang on to. PlayStation cannot live anymore by the standards that the world out there has set up for them. Time to drop the freaking ball and move it along. Because you, at this point, it's just ridiculous. It's
Facts.
ridiculous. You sound stupid and ignorant. So
100%. That is the truth. That is the truth. And I mean, to your point, like we just talked about right before this got dropped, literally, I think Friday, we talked about this.
Yes.
On Thursday, we literally talked about how Matt Piscatella had come out and said that like exclusives are essentially not the way. Like the only way you're going to win is if your games are everywhere. That's what the numbers are showing us. And this is the thing, right? It's crazy because this world is so split, right? There's people who have like their emotions and they do everything emotionally and they talk with their feelings and all that shit, which is great, right? Cool, right? But then there's just the numbers and the facts.
Yeah, I mean, logical thinking, right? See, and this is the problem. You have to separate the emotion from what you're seeing, from what it's logically there. You have to think logically to move forward. A lot of emotions out there on Twitter, right? And you know, emotions aren't real. Those are just feelings that you have. Facts are facts. Logic is logic. You can't necessarily argue that, but an emotion, a feeling, a desire, those are just, you know, unicorns in the sky. But to Matt's freaking point, he's talking about 2015. If you saw something like this back in, when did he say, to 2015 or 2005?
2015.
Yeah,
2015. Yeah. So that was a whole different time, right? This is 10 years later. This world did not exist then, right? The whole point was exclusives. Let's go ahead and let's see what we can go ahead and keep and bring to our platform. And I think that whole world, aside from, you know, what you had brought up, Pharoah, that the world telling PlayStation how great they are when, you know, they're not necessarily great. The truth hurts, but it puts you on a path to do better. And I think not hearing that truth did not do any favors for PlayStation, but also living in that world and kind of relying on it made PlayStation very dependent of the third parties, of Square Enix, who is now pretty much done, right? And it's like when you lean in like that and you don't have an identity yourself, you're not prepared for a world like this, which is what we're going into. So this is a rude awakening. It sucks because, again, like I said, everyone is, There's just the few out there like Thomas with no rest for the wicked who are still thinking that this is an acceptable thing going on right now, that where we can just box ourselves into one platform when you don't have to. I forget who said it, but isn't it ridiculous to go ahead and think that a developer should box themselves in when PlayStation themselves are trying to get out there, right?
Facts.
And put everything everywhere. I mean, you're walking into fire and you're gonna burn. That's just the reality.
That is the truth. That is the truth. I mean, listen, it's a different time, and then it's crazy to think that, but like, you know, it's funny because you know how much I love like graphics and like pushing the tech and doing all this stuff, right? So another big reason for me that I love like these platforms like Unreal Engine 5 and these kind of tools that essentially like democratize the idea of being able to make something high quality, right? That makes it easier for people with less money. Like we highlighted a bunch of games from small indies that look amazing, right? You see them on the show compared to, you know, big $100 million games. Like look at Claire Obscure, you know, Expedition 33, right? 33. Fucking one of the most beautiful looking games, right? Most beautiful looking games out there, right? Small team. Do you think, and let's call a spade, bro, and I don't want to hear any bullshit. If Expedition 33 looked like dog shit, you think people would still give a fuck about that game? No. It's a small team punching above its weight, right? That's what does it. So this is the thing. Back then, the exclusives, right? And I was a proponent, like somebody who was backing the idea of exclusives because, and I 100% believe this, for those times, right? The boxes were unique, right? They weren't essentially the same box, right? Xbox was an Xbox, PlayStation was PlayStation. PlayStation 3 versus the Xbox, PlayStation 4 versus, PlayStation 3 versus the 360. You had the PlayStation 4 versus the Xbox One, right? Xbox One and PlayStation 4 got a lot closer, right? But PlayStation 3, 360, very different, right? Very, very different beast, right? So, you know, following right after that generation and having similar boxes, like the idea of exclusives were there, but they didn't really make too much sense because anybody would have been able to get the most out of each box, right? In the past, I believe, and I think it's just factual, that an exclusive game took the most advantage of a box.
Of the box.
All of the features that it would have, because they got to focus on one box, learn the insides and outsides of that box, and deliver something crazy, right? And in that time, small developers could not reach those levels, right? You always knew what a lower quality AA game looked like. There was no confusion, right?
Yep.
And there weren't a lot of games, so choice was way more limited. And those big exclusives were like your tempo. Oh my God, look at this game, is going to be crazy. Fast forward to now, and we're not in that time. We're not. It just, the reality is that PlayStation, and outside of the pisser making up shit that nobody gives a shit about, right? Remove the pisser, and you just have two boxes that are just very, very similar. So similar that the things they do have different, first-party developers themselves are not even using in a meaningful way, right? So even the exclusive games aren't taking advantage of the little things that are unique amongst them, right? Like I think, was it Kraken, and then Xbox has like some other shit that direct.
They got a velocity architecture and that machine learning. You got that machine learning chip in there, and
exactly all that shit not being used really, right? So it's like the idea of an exclusive, what mattered, is no longer there, right? You have small companies with little to no backing outside of themselves coming out here producing games that are eating the lunches of these bigger titles, bro.
That's the bigger problem, right? That's the big problem. And I mean, realistically, I think that you're absolutely right. Before, yes, you would buy the other box for the exclusive games. There weren't that many games coming out. So if there were some games you're interested in on the PlayStation box or the Xbox, and you go ahead, you get them both done in seal. I brought up the prices. Now we're stepping into, you know, a much higher rank when it comes to pricing with these boxes. So, and the amount of games that are coming out, one box is sufficient. Like, you don't need to go ahead wandering around and spending that extra money that you don't have to spend if you can't or you don't want to. That's just a reality. So going ahead and making your game accessible, no matter what box they choose, because this is, at the end of the day, this is about the consumers, right?
Yep.
Point blank. Pick a box, and then here's the games available, and you choose how much. I think that's the new battle with them. It's not the box, right, that they're going to go ahead and choose. The consumers are going to choose. It's the games and how much those games are going to sell. Because it is difficult to stand out with a game that you put out in the times that we're in, with the amount of games that release constantly. Look at Grounded 2 in Game Pass today. Man, if you guys haven't checked it out, go check it out. Check out a review.
Facts.
But yeah, it's like
the toughest thing is word of mouth when it comes to these games too. If you make your game exclusive, you're limiting your player base, and you might tell your friend about the game, but if they don't own the platform that you own, then they're not going to have any interest in trying it out. They're just going to be like, oh, that game's cool, I'm glad you're liking it. Versus, you know, Elder Scrolls Oblivion dropped, and if you told your friend, they could buy it regardless of what platform they were on, you know, outside of a Switch, of course. But I mean, you could buy it on a Steam Deck, you could buy it on your PC, you could buy it on your Xbox, you could buy it on your PlayStation.
Exactly.
So it's a big difference.
Listen, out of sight, out of mind, right? If you hear about a game and you don't have the box, the moment you find out that it's not coming to your platform, why even invest any more energy? If I don't see it, I don't really know much about it. Oh, it looked cool, but why am I going to look into it so that I can, you know, be enticed into buying another box? I'm not going to buy a box for one game. Yeah. So that's just what it comes down to.
100%. Pharoah, what do you think, man? You see the list? You see what's happening? What does it mean?
It means that the other people who are the other platforms in particular, I mean, they are going to have to reevaluate how they go about releasing content, and where do they release that content, because Xbox is planning to release their games on the Switch as well. It's you can't have your game just be out of the spotlight in this way where it's not even on the top 10 in your own store. If that happens over a long enough period of time, you lose relevance on your own box. I mean, this is like, you know, like 4 guys walking into your house and being like, yeah, she'll be back in 9 days. You can have her once every 10 days. It's bad. Like you can't have this going on. Like Sony has to pick it up, and they have to do things different. Because like even like Forza Horizon being number 1, like part of that being number 1, you know how many Xbox players who may have put Forza Horizon 5 down, like, I'm done, I've had my fun with it. But then once it got announced for PlayStation, now that they have friends on PlayStation who are going to buy it, they jumped back in. Like, that's part of it too. Like, there's an engagement aspect. You know, same thing with Call of Duty, Doom. When Doom comes out, I own an Xbox, my friend owns a PlayStation. Like, but we're both excited about Doom versus only one of us being excited about Doom. Like, that stuff matters. If I just spent the holiday season playing Indiana Jones and it's finally coming to your box, and I tell you how great of a time I had playing it, I mean, that type of stuff matters, and PlayStation doesn't have that at the moment. It like they capture that 1 or 2 months of sales, and after that, no one's there to talk about the game anymore. So they're gonna have, like, PlayStation's gonna have to adjust, and if this same thing happens on the Switch, Nintendo's gonna have to make some adjustments. So
I agree.
It's just like this can't be the normal for these companies if they want to.
Pharoah, echo.
I'm
hearing you
echoing?
twice.
No, you're good.
I'm
I got
hearing you
help.
twice. Oh, you okay? Never mind. Right here.
Oh,
See
okay.
money bringing in the echo.
So I turn my headphones down a little bit.
My bad. Go ahead.
You're good, fam.
Yeah, I just like this is not a world that PlayStation can live in for long, because even with the new hardware that's coming, how does the PlayStation 6 compete? What are they gonna base their hardware on when you got all these OEMs that are gonna be coming out every couple years? And
so the thing, Pharoah, is I do feel like if I'm like I think the one thing that we are doing as a kind of like a entity as we're looking at this stuff here, I think one thing that we're putting on PlayStation is how it would matter if they were an Xbox. The thing is that they barely release games, right? So the reality is that 11 out of the 12 months in a year, other people are on their store anyway.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
It doesn't affect PlayStation in the traditional sense, because these are not competing with their new game, right? And nobody's buying their old games, right? But I think in a world where PlayStation doesn't seem like they're amping up their output anytime soon.
Yeah.
I think what we're seeing, and I would say the only thing that's at risk is in fact the PlayStation studio portion of this.
Yeah.
Like whether they keep investing. Do they want to look at months like this and say, God damn, what if can you imagine if we released a game in this time period? It would have got slapped up by Microsoft. That would have been embarrassing, right?
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Like at this point, Microsoft is holding the double dutch. You know what I'm saying?
Marathon.
Where PlayStation is like, when can I hop in?
Yeah,
I don't know how to play this.
PlayStation Studios only releases a couple games a year, yes, but they still do those partnership deals, like Lost Soul Aside that was supposed to come out this year. What else? Death Stranding 2. Did they have another deal this year?
Honestly, I think those are old, right? So those are older deals that you hear about.
Yeah, what I'm saying, it affects those deals going forward. Like they're not going to get them
going forward. PlayStation is just in a situation where it's not going to matter. And honestly,
it's called an island. Also, they're on an island by themselves.
But I think that's going to help them in the long run too, because they're also wasting money on these deals for no reason, right? Yeah. Like they're not benefiting from it because a lot of people are not buying these things. It's not like it's doing anything crazy for their software sales, right? It's not increasing across the board, right? Like that. All this does is give them a little bit of perspective where they can sit back and say, how do we want to play this future? Do we see us as a box, a platform, okay, where it's just a place where you buy this box and you get to play games, and some of those games happen to be Xbox games, and we're just going to compete the same way Phil Spencer said he wants to compete, right? When it comes to hardware, maybe this puts us, in a place where PlayStation realizes that if they want to have, to be able to have Digital Foundry come out here and, make these videos talking about how great their games look or how great games look on their box versus the other box, like that, they're going to have to compete on their box, right? On their hardware, their services. The pisser clearly wasn't meant as competition, right? They knew Xbox They knew Xbox wasn't making a mid-gen box.
Yeah.
Because
so they said, let's put something out, and this is an easy way to go ahead and scoop up some money. The option is not there on the other end. And it's just crazy that they come out here with with such a crappy box. And then it's also on Xbox because they didn't release a mid-gen. So it's like, well, you know, they didn't have the competition there. That was the spin, right? This wasn't on PlayStation. This was on Xbox for not releasing one. So PlayStation didn't have the competition there. I do think that this is going to elevate the situation when it comes to the boxes, and hopefully this would be a way to get PlayStation back on track with what they're supposed to be charging for, right? Realistically, they up the prices. They have no problem with any of that. So let's see now if you can elevate what you're giving us for what you want to charge, right? Yeah. And maybe people will stop settling for whatever PlayStation has to offer and see that there's more out there than just that. But I do have to say that kudos to Phil and the team, because the fact that they said, we're putting down the walls, put down your walls, and if you don't put them down, we're gonna knock those bitches off. Like, they went in there with hammers and just, this is what it is.
Dude, they literally said, like, hey, you don't want to put your games here? No problem. We'll put your games here.
Exactly. Like, that is, man.
Yo, PlayStation buckled. They were like, no, Phil, we're going to put our games there. You can't tell me what to do. You're not going to force me to do anything.
Meanwhile,
I'm going to do it because I want to. Where do I sign, sir? Thank you very much.
Since you're going to take
my
them
choice,
anyways.
not yours.
It's crazy.
Oh, our boy Fuzzy.
Yeah.
Let me have
where to start on this one, because all right, so I want to, before I get into the salt stuff for the ponies out there, let's just take a step back.
Preparation. Get ready.
This is the second list, and what I mean by the second list, we all know free-to-play games rule everything. Like, they're the number one thing that takes customer time and money. And when you look at the big picture, it's hard for any game to make any headway against, you know, things like Warzone or like Apex Legends or Marvel Rivals and all those other games that are free to play. I mean, sure, people are spending money on skins, but we don't have a list of where, you know, what microtransaction game is at the top of the list. It'd probably be Fortnite, followed by Warzone and Apex and all that. So Microsoft would still have like at least 2 or 3 in the top 10 out of those, and Sony would have 0 because, I mean, Helldivers, their microtransactions aren't as costly, and that would be on PC, and I don't know if they really keep track of that from a PC standpoint, since it would be Steam's numbers as opposed to PlayStation's true numbers type of thing. But with that being said, Microsoft is killing it as far as the non-free-to-play. They already have a good number of leaders out there in the free-to-play, but as far as non-free-to-play, like paid games, they're killing it on Sony, which makes it even harder for them to make money on their games. Like, think of it this way. They're having, like, you guys nailed it earlier where you're saying they're handing that 70% over directly to their competition. Can you imagine doing something like that? It'd be like you and your kids and the neighbor's kids are having like a bake sale, and they're selling cookies over at in your yard, and your son is selling cookies in your guys' yard, and you know all the money is coming to you guys, but you got to pay your neighbor 70%, and they're selling like 10 times the amount of cookies you are. That's not looking well for your kid going on the trip or something like that later. So
no,
this is making it hard for Sony to make any headway with their first party. Sure, Spider-Man's gonna, you know, make it on a list when Spider-Man 3 comes out. But once again, remember, Disney is the big bad boy that's taking most of the money out of their pocket. They're trying to beat Sony over the head to get that Spider-Man license back. So they're not really making the money with Spider-Man. Right? You got Helldivers. Well,
facts.
Steam, they're paying that 70% over to them, but it's like Sony didn't know what to do with it because they don't have any real accountability or way to track those PC players. They're not part of a Sony PC store. They don't have the infrastructure like Microsoft does to be able to, monetize those PC players because they're Steam customers, not really PlayStation customers. So they got that money from Helldivers. Somebody woke up in the accounting office and was like, holy crap, we sold 12 million copies to the 2 million on our own platform. What do we do, boss? Let's put more stuff on PC is what they said. And then somehow, I like we talked about a couple weeks ago, Helldivers 2 is coming to Xbox, and I'm pretty sure the pre-order numbers are like, whoa, what is this? Newfound money. We don't even have to dig in the couch cushions anymore to find change. So
Facts.
they're now looking across all of their other, like you guys said, the PS4 titles that have been sitting there collecting dust. Nobody's really buying them. Yeah, some people bought the remaster of the remake of the remaster of The Last of Us because they keep on re-releasing it umpteen times from PS3 to PS4 to PC to PS5. And then I think they did a re-release where you can play it in chronological order. Is that a new release or is that a new bundle or is that just an update? Because they're still trying to charge money more than likely the way it seems, but that's how they've been monetizing their customer base. They've been rehashing the same stuff that they just bought 2 to 4 years ago. And now they see how Microsoft is wrecking their charts. So those rehashes that they've been doing aren't even charting. So that really has to make them feel bad because they spent time and money instead of making new IPs, rehashing that stuff to kind of, be the in-between before the new IPs come out or the sequels come out. And Microsoft is just taking all of that. Well, not all the money. They're taking 70% of that money. Sony would love to be selling PlayStation customers PlayStation games so they can take 100% of the money. But
exactly.
It's not charting. So all of this goes to show that things like Concord, and I know people are like, why is he bringing up Concord? Look, they lost a lot of money between the cost of the studio that they've closed, between all the time and investment and resources that they spent to make that game, and they didn't recoup any of it because they refunded everybody that bought the copy of it. And that was one of the 12 games as a service. And to my understanding, there's only 2 or 3 left that are pending, which they were kind of quietly delayed. Like Fair Game was quietly delayed. Marathon was quietly delayed. And I thought, Marathon looking kind of shaky, that made the whole Helldivers 2 thing even more prominent for them to be like, we gotta get cash some sort of way because Marathon isn't going to be over there on Xbox. It ain't even going to be on our box. So they had to look over and see what Xbox was writing for their homework. And they were like, man, they're making money because we're paying them that 70% check every month. And it's beating out what we're bringing in on our own titles and even on some other third-party titles. Like, we got to do something. There's no way that, the accounting team or Hiroki being the former CFO, like, please understand, that's like Amy Hood now being or replacing Satya. Like, you don't have somebody that runs the numbers and is in charge of the numbers and writing the checks and balancing the books, be at the head of the table and not see this money going to the other side and not be like, why aren't we doing that? And not have it happen. Like, and like you guys said, like a year or so ago when Hiroki Totoki said some stuff in like their quote unquote business update where he was looking beyond the PlayStation and people just wrote it off as, oh, that means PC and mobile, you Xbox. No, it meant what he said, beyond
Facts.
PlayStation. Beyond PlayStation includes Xbox, includes Nintendo. So they didn't want to see the writing on the wall. They wanted to say they won, that they got Forza Horizon because they were too blind to see that was the Trojan horse. And I know a lot of you guys had joked about that, like, just wait and see. And everybody, bad mouth you guys for having that thought of that. This is to show how you can, one, screw with the media because they won't give a bad review to your games if they're, not sure or thinking that the game might come to PlayStation, because they would look awfully silly saying, Forza Horizon's a crap game. It's on PlayStation. It's my favorite. No, you did that with Hi-Fi Rush. At some point, I guess Starfield will go over, and those IGN 7 out of 10s will be, the light will be re-shown on those.
11. They'll turn to
Yeah.
11.
I know.
They'll be like, Phil said 11. I'm giving it an 11.
And that's the thing. It's like we always joked about, and PlayStation fans always seem to take offense to it. Like, why would PlayStation follow those in third place? But they've been doing it with their subscription service, not completely just yet, because they don't do their first party stuff, but
they can't
the whole
afford it.
subscription thing, the
No
whole
reason.
pay for internet, the whole trophies thing as opposed to achievements. Like, a lot of stuff they've followed, whether they were in first place, third place, who cares? Sony looks at what others do, just like Apple. Like, everybody wants to say Apple's the greatest, but they look at what Android and Google do. They come to the scene late and then reinvent it or put some spit and shine on it, and then they make it look like their own. And everybody's like, "Oh, they invented this." No, it's been on Android for decades. What are you talking about? PlayStation's kind of the same way. About the only thing recently that I can think of that Xbox copied off of PlayStation was the rollback for the movies and stuff like that. But given that PlayStation is, or Sony, the parent company, is a movie company, they probably saw that they're not making any money with the store a couple of years ago, or I think it was 2021, so 4 years ago. They weren't making any money as opposed to Amazon. Amazon, you got the streaming service and you can still buy the stuff, kind of like Game Pass. So how do you expect to make more money than Amazon when they can get the better pricing because of the way their business model is set up? They can either stream it to you or sell it to you at a discount, as opposed to Sony trying to sell it to you at full price. So Sony was like, we're out. And Xbox wound up, or Microsoft wound up doing the same thing. I mean, at least with Microsoft, you get to keep your content. The whole WB debacle with PlayStation, they try to take stuff back because they didn't feel like paying for the license. But this is just karma, basically, for PlayStation cats. Like, if you ever cheered about an Xbox game going over, thinking, "Oh, you won," yeah, you won the prize. Now PlayStation sees that it is more profitable to cater to other players out there, whether it be on PC, mobile, or Xbox, or Nintendo, than it is for you guys that supposedly support the devs. And if you were really about that support the dev stuff, wouldn't you guys be enthused about this? Because isn't this supporting the devs? It's not like it's going into Game Pass like you guys seem to cry about. No, we're having to buy the games just like you have to buy the Xbox games over there. I mean, maybe some of them will come to Game Pass, who knows? But in any event, this is supporting the devs. There's more players playing their games. That means more funding to that studio or to PlayStation as a whole to put towards probably their shareholders, but it could be to new IPs and other things. But yeah, this is just karma. 6 out of 10. Like, people would say that's a bad game, but I would say they ran the board. 6 out of 10. Microsoft is winning the game with that 6 out of 10. And if they wind up acquiring Take-Two, 8 out of 10, like, I guess we think they're crying now. Man, I can only imagine what the crying would be like then, talking about, oh, GTA 6 is going to be 60 frames on the PS5 Pro. No, it isn't. No, it isn't. But keep dreaming, keep dreaming those dreams, and hold on to whatever semblance of dominance you guys might have. Oh, we sold more consoles. That's great. But Sony cares about selling more software. And this is where it comes down to it. Almighty dollar, sell more software, find more boxes to sell the software on. And that's where Sony's at now. It took them, a little while. It took, Microsoft taking the lead and taking some arrows for it. But, PlayStation followed suit. And I think gaming as a whole will be better for it. I'm just looking forward to when Nintendo does it, at least on the PC side of things, because they're going to eventually get tired of playing whack-a-mole with all these ROM sites. What better way to get rid of the ROM sites than to actually sell it to people that are looking to buy it? Like, I'm one of those that I have the subscription, the yearly subscription for Nintendo Plus or whatever, and I would love to own Super Mario Brothers 3 or basically the whole Super Mario Brothers collection on my Switch too. But I got to pay a subscription to do that. Like, unlike Game Pass, I don't have a way of buying it. But if they made it so, oh, maybe it's on, Steam. All right, I'll put it on my Steam Deck, and it'll probably play a lot better than it does on my Switch too.
Yeah,
I would pay for that. But eventually, Nintendo's going to come to that realization. Maybe it takes the Switch 2 not selling as well as the Switch 1 after year 2. Like, it's selling really well now. Year 2, it might, slow down a bit, but we'll see how that goes. But
and I keep seeing everywhere like available, like it's available, at this store, it's available at this store. And those sales, as much as it came out with a bang on that first weekend, then it took a while for it to kind of catch up just for the next $500,000. So it is selling, but I'm not sure that it's selling. I personally don't think it's selling the way that Nintendo was hoping it would sell, or the hype that is out there. You got to remember that they're marketing a certain way. So going ahead and, the out of stock situation, and then magically it's in stock everywhere. I'm sure they give windows of when, this is going to be available again, because they did say we have, I forget how many CMoney that they had available for the pre-orders, and they
made like 20 million,
exactly. So I believe it was like 3 million on the first, from the pre-orders, and then it took like through the weekend, or 4 days later they hit 3.5 mil, and it's like that is a huge gap for a brand new console to, after the pre-orders just get $500,000 on that first drop, right? So,
but that's not really impressive out of
it's not
120. I don't even know how many Switches are out there, but I know it's crazy high. Like, first day you drop your new console, over 100 million Switches out there, and you couldn't convince, like, that's less than 3% conversion rate. You know what I'm saying?
Yes, and that's when it comes in, right? Because everybody can kick and scream that I'm wrong for saying that the prices are not what they should be for what you're getting, but the fact that people want to battle what I'm saying, and then somehow it's not selling the way that you'd expect it to be, even though somehow no one has an issue with the prices. I mean. The actions, right? That's what it comes down to. But Fuzzy, you had brought up The Last of Us and The Last of Us 2, and how many times it remastered, remade, whatever, here, there, re, right? I just wanted to tell you, that they are making a Last of Us Part 1 and 2 script that they have out for pre-order. Yes. Isn't that wild? I could not believe it when I heard it, but it's true.
They found another way.
Yes. And so I wonder if they're going to remaster it, right? The book.
I mean, and that's the thing. It's like it makes it easier for Xbox to come in there and just stomp all over their charts if they're not really putting up titles. And they have to realize, selling these remasters to people that may have already bought the stuff, or selling whatever you can during the broadcast of the, I guess, season 2 of the show. I guess make as much money as you can, but the better way would be like, what? In time for season 2, we're putting it on Xbox, we're putting it on PlayStation, or on Nintendo Switch, or at least the Switch 2, because if it ran on PS4, it should be able to run on the Switch too. So that would have made more sense. And I wouldn't be surprised if that winds up being time for season 3 or something along those lines. But yeah,
I love that you said that, because there are people that watch the show that have an Xbox or have a Switch, right? If you are out here making a show to reach that audience and they're wondering where the game is, and they don't have a PlayStation to go ahead and play it, or they don't play on PC, you're limiting that audience that could have came in, that those extra people that, those could have been sales. I think that would have been genius of them to say, now you have access to the game on these other platforms.
Perfect example was Fallout. When they did the series, like, it was, I would say, unbelievable sales of Fallout 4 new people coming to Fallout 76, and not just on the Xbox side of things with Game Pass. Like PC, it was like the number one. Like I think Fallout 4, and then Fallout 1 and 2, and then like Fallout New Vegas were in the top 10 on Steam, which those are older games that a lot of Steam customers have. And I guess they either went and rebought them or something, or they found a whole new audience with the show that, you know, happened to have PCs and went and bought it. There were a lot of people that went and bought it on Xbox. A lot of people bought it on PlayStation. Like that was the hottest thing during that TV series. And you know, Sony's going to try to replicate that with the Last of Us, because they did see a uptick in interest and sales for, you know, The Last of Us on their platform. They tried to do that with the Uncharted movie, because I think that was timed for the Thief's End thing that was almost like a trilogy plus the extended thing after 4. But yeah, they gotta find a way to make more money, because the PlayStation base, as they've been told by Jim Ryan, they just weren't enough, and they weren't supporting the devs like, or at least they weren't supporting the Sony devs like they needed to.
Exactly. And, you know, they need to start learning to kind of, once those barriers are like done, they need to just strike. The show had a huge audience for season 1, dropped about half for season 2. Now Neil Druckmann is out for the next season because he has to focus on Intergalactic. And it's like that kind of, you just let that wave kind of settle, instead of really maximizing it.
Yeah,
Great.
They'll learn. They'll learn soon enough. But hey, more stuff for them to learn from Xbox.
Right? It's funny how you can like point out exactly like the moves that they've made that just weren't right, and they can't see them themselves. It's wild, because you can literally go back and kind of say, okay, well, you know, you should have released factions.
Factions.
Cage's like, Doodle called him Drunkman. Drunkman. But yes, you do see like where like that multiplayer Spider-Man that should have came out. Conquer was not your freaking Star Wars. Going in on gas games so forcefully was not the way to do it. Like there's so many moments where it's like red flags. Just calm down. That it's like, how do you not see this happen? How do you not take a step back and say, okay, hold up, we're doing something wrong? It's crazy.
Agreed. This is something that I see have seen floating around now, and it's very funny. But actually, before I do this, let me take one quick second, because like I said at the start of the show, there was there is a giveaway that we were doing. We did partner with 505 Games and Lean Z, the developers and publisher of Wu Chang Fallen Feathers. Phenomenal game. They gave us a copy for review, which we have that review up on our channel now. But they also gave us a that'll be nice. Give us a company. They also gave us a copy to give away for any platform.
Yes.
And I did put it through over here, and we do have our winner. I actually put it already at the bottom. Winner of Wu Chang Fallen Feathers giveaway.
Let's go.
Satish Meki at Satith Meki 1 on Twitter, and he wins a PlayStation 5 copy of Wu Chang Fallen Feathers.
Let's go.
Shout out to him.
Yes.
Going ahead, hit him with a song. Pop. You know what I'm saying?
Let us see.
He won. You know what I'm saying? Give him a little applause. It's generic. I don't care. He got a building. But shout out to him.
Congratulations. We hope
winning.
you enjoy the game.
So
and have lots of freaking fun with it.
So I will reach out to you after the show, and we'll go ahead and sort out getting you your code. So shout out to him for going ahead and winning.
Stunning game.
Wu Chang Fallen Feathers PlayStation 5 copy. All right, now back to what I wanted to show you guys. So I've been seeing this passed around, okay, and it's Zubitech, who went through his own emotional damage. He was like, he changed his like profile to not have PlayStation, and I guess maybe he rebounded or whether, I don't know, whatever. But he put this out here. PlayStation IP franchise sales, okay, and this is franchise, which means back from PlayStation 1 times to now, right? So this has no relevancy today, but it's, you know, historical data, right? So PlayStation IP franchise sales. So the most purchased game was Gran Turismo with over 100 million sales. God of War, 66 million plus sales. Uncharted, 47 plus million. Ratchet and Clank, 40 plus million. Horizon, 38 plus million. The Last of Us, 37 plus million. And these are the last reported numbers, right? So Astrobot was not in that list, so that didn't help them. But I saw this, and then I quote tweeted it, and you know, as cool as this is to do this, is like, but PlayStation's still putting their games everywhere, right?
I mean, this
You know
is over time, right?
Yeah, like
this
over many years.
You know, like obviously we know some of these games have hit PC, and it's like this is just going from also one platform to another, within their own remasters. Like, come on, this is really
bundles.
Sad. This is a reach. Yes, bundles as well. So it's like, man, and Uncharted, is that all of them together?
All of them.
Yeah.
God of War, all of them together.
The whole
like,
franchise.
Come on, man. This is sad, man. Because I said it on Friday. Let's see where this spins into and what's going to come from it. Let's see the angle, because obviously they need to feel like there's something out there that matters, because this is their identity. And like this going to find out and put a report out of like the IP throughout how much it has made is denial and hanging on to something that's no longer what it used to be. This is not going to change the move that they're going to make moving forward. This is not going to change the fact that they're hiring people to put games on Xbox and PC and Nintendo. This is not going to change any of that. This is just showing how deep the pain goes, right? And just let it go, let it be. Be happy that they're going to up those numbers and hopefully make more money than what they've been making. Because the reality of it is that the last, you know, this generation as a whole has not contributed much to, you know, or significantly to what PlayStation is looking to be making. So, man, how the mighty have fallen and how the developers are now just looking for a way out to put out there another narrative that they can maybe find relevant. The boxes didn't matter, and neither does this list. So,
I mean, that, I don't know. When I see this, it's just obviously everything that's going on right now for them, they're still kind of trying to, you know, find a way to stay relevant or something. I don't know what it is. But
to focus the narrative on something else. The fact that it's, you know, they're hiring people, we're not hearing that. It doesn't matter. It doesn't mean what you think it means because they spelled it out. Look at these numbers. Look at this. Look at what's happening here. This is what they do, right? They're like, look at this flashy situation going on. And now you can't remember. You don't know what took place over there. But we cannot unsee what we've seen. It's not going to change what's taking place. And it is what it is.
It's true. It's true. Again, it's literally just them. It's just them going ahead and trying to make it so that they feel like there's still something to be excited for. And it's like, yeah, good on those franchises, right? I'm sure, you can look up a lot of old franchises that are relevant still today that have sold a good amount. I wonder what Elder Scrolls have sold as a franchise, right? Like, who knows, right?
But then again, like, yes, you wonder and you're like, oh, okay, that's cool. But like, this is knees deep, right? This is about the games and the fun that you have with it. Done. Like, this is a bit much.
One thing I'd like to point out, Ratchet and Clank, right? 40 million lifetime. Mm-hmm. Guess what? We found out from the Insomniac leak. It's indefinitely on hold. There will be no more Ratchet and Clank titles.
Exactly.
So the only way you can actually get more Ratchet and Clank is to sell it on a different platform, i.e. Xbox and Nintendo. So that would be, if you want more Ratchet and Clank, you want to see that number go past 40 mil, let them put it elsewhere. Because that obviously PlayStation wasn't doing enough, and PC didn't help get it across the line to have that series continue. So it's definitely a reach. Like, I'm just thinking, I know for a fact that Forza Horizon 5 is over 20 million in sales, like actual sales. Now, a good bit of them are on PC, and this is before the account of how many sold, which I think is 3 million or so, or 3.5 million that sold on PlayStation. It was already over 20 million within the first 3 years. Now, yes, we're at almost 50 million as far as players. I think if you count PlayStation plus what PC and Xbox had, it should now be at like 47 to 49 million overall for players. But yeah, there's over 20 million sales, and that's just Horizon 5. And 3 probably, if I'm not mistaken, did just as well. 4 didn't do as well, but it did do decent numbers, and that was during the Game Pass era. And with 1 and 2, those were, I want to say, closer to like 8 to 10 million each on those. So Forza Horizon by itself is catching up to Gran Turismo. And I know the earlier days of Motorsport, those were close to 10 million plus on each of those up until Forza Horizon or Forza Motorsport 5. That's where it kind of waned off a bit in comparison to its previous years. So if you combine those two, I would say you're probably somewhere in the low 90 million range, or possibly even like mid 90 million range. So for something that's twice as old, Gran Turismo should have more numbers, but Polyphony Digital is kind of slow at releasing games and doing updates. So I guess you can account some of that, even though we're looking at over 20 plus years. I think it was 25 years when GT7 came out. Yeah, it took them 25 years just to get to the number 7. So, yeah.
Man. And I mean, I wonder what kind of numbers my first Gran Turismo brought in.
Well, I've only seen 5 people out of the like 80 or 90 people that I have on PlayStation. There's only 5 that have played it. So
dude, why you gotta do it like that?
About an hour. I'm like, I'll just go back to the regular game. I don't even know why they did that. It's like, that was such a waste. Like, if anything, they should have put that Gran Turismo, that should have been put on Xbox and Nintendo from day one.
Right?
Or at least on PC. That would have made more sense to kind of prepare people for when Gran Turismo, 7 or 8 comes to other platforms. That would have made a lot more sense than to make a demo version of 7 when you already sell 7 on the platform. So, yeah, that was just weird.
Agreed. Now, listen, there was a lot of people who got behind this what's the name, this dude, did you guys see on Twitter this dude named William R. Aguilar?
I've seen him before.
Yeah,
Yo, that dude did like first of all, he deleted his post. Okay, well, I think oh no, you can still oh no, he blocked me. That's why I can't see it.
You can still see people's blocks. That you can see.
No, but you have to click it. You have to click it.
Okay.
It said it was unavailable, but then I
Okay.
was here. So let me share this. This dude wrote he thinks he's Nib. Okay, he's Nib 2.0, right? Nib 2.0. He wrote correcting misunderstandings on the Sony Interactive Entertainment job listing for senior director, multi-platform and account management. And then he started going in, trying to discredit everything and making it seem like everything was made up. Look at all this shit. Look at all this shit. It's fucking ridiculous, right? Fucking ridiculous.
Yeah, that's why.
Somebody that doesn't work for PlayStation, he has an awful lot of time to write a bunch of nonsense on the internet.
Exactly. Right. So he wrote all this stupid shit. But in our Discord, okay, our boy Reggie, late I was up handling some shit. It was like 3:00 in the morning, and he's in Discord. And he wrote, I use Chat GPT on this post and had the Chat GPT fact check him.
Oh,
and
yeah,
let's just say it did not go his way. Okay, so I put this post here. It's long as fuck, but it's from Chat GPT. Reggie Bone didn't want to post it himself, so I put it up for him. Right, it's actually two, right? But the too long didn't read.
He blocked you?
He blocked. Yeah, he blocked me. First of all, he replied to me and then blocked me.
You can't handle the truth.
I'll show you that one next. Yo, dead ass. He blocked me right after. But look, he says, the Chat GPT says, bottom line, the original post clings to Sony's past strategy while ignoring the clear signals of change embedded in the new job listing, which expands PlayStation Studios' commercial strategy to include all digital platforms, Steam, Epic, Xbox, Nintendo, and mobile, and does so not just reactively, but proactively and strategically. Multi-platform PlayStation is no longer a hypothetical. It's a hiring priority.
Oh!
Damn.
Oh.
Yeah.
Oh man.
This is the
bottom line.
This is the exact reaction. This is the exact reaction. He did not like that. He you know what's funny? This is the real funny part about his reaction. I posted it, and I kid you not, he replied within seconds, as if he already had an answer ready to go for anybody who would, in fact,
do that.
Fact check him. Because when you go, this was him immediately. This was his response. Okay. He just did it right away. Chat GPT is incorrect about what I'm saying on several points. And then he just wasted his breath. So I wrote to him, says, get out of town. Why would you not think that the very thing describing in detail why you were wrong would in fact be wrong? Could not see that coming. This kind of replies to me, then blocks me, so I can't reply back. They big time mad.
Yeah.
And I love it. Tell me more. Tell me more. Fucking clown, yo. But it's like they're so
put
desperate.
nonsense out there and not be challenged about it. And it's like
exactly.
Exactly.
Yeah. This is why dudes like this hate AI. You know what I'm saying? Because he used to be able to walk in a room and say some stupid shit, and people just look at him like,
hey,
I ain't got time to even
spend a long time writing that.
Yep. But now it's like, let's see. And yeah, that didn't pan out. And then there was another one, and I was looking for it, and I feel like
Malcolm was good. I see you.
Malcolm was good.
What's up? Thank you for rocking out.
There was another one from that they took the clip, and I think I remember who had it. but it's a little blurb, and it's from Shinobi.
Okay.
Right. So that dude who works for some, I don't know, some developer. But okay, here. I think this is it here. If I go in here, let me just make sure that they okay. Shinobi on Reset Era. Here we go. They put the link. All right. So Shinobi, I guess, just on Twitter, on Reset Era or wherever these people go to, he wrote, "People getting really carried away with that job listing, LOL."
We can't see what you're seeing, by the way, just in case.
Oh, here. So on Reset Era, this is the Shinobi dude, verified. People getting really carried away with that job listing. So a bunch of people started, a bunch of these ponies started getting like a little life back into them. You know, they're like, "Oh my God, there's hope! There's hope! There's hope!" They're liars. They're liars. Like this, right? So you go over here and you look at this dude, all right?
Here we go.
And this clown says, "Bullshit, stop believing this nonsense. Don't fall into the trap Xbox fanboys fell into. Be smarter." Except that he himself started posting like, "Man, I guess they're changing. What is happening?" Like this, yo, the stages of grief are wild with these people. It's funny because you see them in all different stages. And the craziest shit is like they're so sad and scared of what's to come. And like, dude, this is literally the best possible thing for PlayStation.
Absolutely, hands down.
Like the best possible thing for them. They were in a downward spiral with their first party content. No one's buying their shit. Astrobot Game of the Year hasn't sold more, okay, in its entirety than what was that card game?
Oh yes,
that poker card game that was on. It was like a
Balatro.
Yes, Balatro. It didn't sell more in its entire time alive than Balatro sold the 1 month after the Game Awards having been nominated. Balatro sold 5 million copies in 1 month because they were nominated for the Game Awards. Astrobot hasn't sold 5 million copies since it was released last year.
Listen. Hey. These nominations and these freaking Game of the Year awards are legit. All right. Remember when Astrobot won and Funko Pop leaked by mistake that they already had a Game of the Year Astrobot Pop?
Oh, yes.
These things are legit. They don't know that this is coming. All right. And even with that, Astrobot could not get a boost.
Damn.
Yeah. Well, I think everyone realizes that Keighley has turned it into a big circle jerk instead of it actually being the true, Game of the Year, like award type thing. It's a circle jerk with a lot of ads in between.
Yeah.
Seriously. Though.
Yeah. Remember when you said that Forza Horizon 5, that 4-year-old game that outsold everything on PlayStation this year, couldn't be a Game of the Year nominee? Imagine that.
Imagine that.
It couldn't be one the following year either. Like, it's insane.
Hey, does this technically make it eligible for Game of the Year?
It should. It's the best-selling game
It's the
on
best-selling
PlayStation
Game of the Year.
It should be the PlayStation Game of the Year.
Oh my God.
If it wins the award for, remember how they have like the Player's Choice thing? Because that was the only thing that Spider-Man 2 won.
Yes.
It was nominated for 7 and got 0.
007.
It'd be nice if Forza Horizon 5 gets the nomination for the PlayStation Game of the Year.
That would be amazing. That would be amazing. Well deserved. It would be for sure.
Yeah.
All right. Let's move on. I do want to talk about this because I've been seeing a bunch of this stuff and I want to see what you guys think. Okay, so let me take my chapter. Go over here. Where is it? Boom. Okay, so go a little here, here, here. All right. So next chapter. Let me grab it. So it seems like there's a bit of what I like to call a pony civil war, or a PlayStation fanboy civil war. And that is coming from the fact that there seems to be a big split between some of the most prominent ones, and it seems like some are being much more accepting than others. And like we just saw the one dude crying about don't believe everybody, right?
Yeah.
Everybody's all upset. And then you got somebody who's a known PlayStation dude, and that's Pharoah, right? And he comes out here, and I gotta be honest with you, man. I've been watching him on Twitter lately because it's been coming into my feed, and he is checking a lot of these PlayStation dudes.
Yep.
Like he is putting a lot of them in their place with their crying and their bullshit. So he, like, for instance, this is one thing he put out recently. He says, okay, so now some are saying it doesn't matter if PlayStation puts their games everywhere. I'm staying on PlayStation, right? Those are PlayStation people who are accepting it now. Say, okay, nothing wrong with that. But then he asks, but why did you make fun of Xbox gamers for doing the same thing? Some of them stayed on Xbox consoles and get mocked for it.
Absolutely.
Mm-hmm.
So, and this is just like a string, right? Like there's other ones where he's, people are saying, oh, it's just multiplayer games, just live service games, like the same bullshit from before. And he's been going in there, and it just seems like there's a lot of this back and forth. And then even in this right here, right? Somebody try to fact check him. Oriel Killer, some dude says, Grok, who is saying that Pharoah is claiming this? Is this true? And then Grok came in and said, yeah, the claim is true. Recent discussions on Reddit, NeoJaff, and X show PlayStation fans accepting multi-platform games while staying loyal to PlayStation. Yet many mocked Xbox fans for similar stances when Microsoft pivoted.
I mean,
sources confirmed this double standard in gaming.
Yes, he's not lying. I mean, that's exactly what took place. And it's just like they want to live by different rules, right? And I have to say, the whole don't fall for, like the fact that you guys can't see what's being said out there, that you guys can't, like the reading comprehension, it's just, what is it? It's just not there. And don't fall for what they're saying, what people are twisting the words. It's clear as day. What is there to twist? What is there to change?
Facts.
The message is loud and clear.
It's from PlayStation.
It's from PlayStation. What they're looking for, what they're looking to do, what it's for. Like it's all there. There's a breakdown, pretty clear. The idea that this is somehow put out there as if there's some type of agenda is ridiculous.
Yeah, it makes no sense.
But yeah, shout out to Pharoah going ahead and trying to save ponies out there and, doing God's work, because that's really what's happening. A lot of ignorance, a lot of freaking, denial, which is, like I said, one heck of a disease. And for him to take it upon himself to kind of like, listen up, this, and that. Good on him, right?
Yeah, I mean, obviously he's trying to not make the PlayStation people look stupid, right?
Absolutely.
Like he doesn't want to be associated with a bunch of people who are saying all this stupid shit. Like, so like even himself, right? Yeah.
Go ahead and be
So he put this one on that same one we just saw from Nicola, right? Saying bullshit, stop believing this nonsense, blah blah blah. Puerto Rock says, "Not let them. PlayStation Nation needs an ass whooping. They gonna learn."
And that's the problem that's happening with whoever is still hanging on and trying to figure out the situation. Like, you're just delaying it, and it's just gonna hit that much harder when it all comes breaking down. But this is not a bad thing. Again, yes, some people are going to go ahead and feel that wave of like, how can this happen? But this is as good as it can get for the situation that PlayStation is in right now.
Yeah, I think the end of the PlayStation 3 generation and when PlayStation really picked up steam in the PlayStation 4 generation gave gamers the comfort that, no matter what's going on at Sony is at least going to give them high quality titles that they can depend on throughout a generation. And I think they held on to that belief as long as possible. And they're still waiting for these exclusives. They haven't necessarily come in the fashion a lot of PlayStation fans would like, but they're still been holding on to that I guess that promise or that hope that PlayStation would deliver. And then now that these games are going to be everywhere, I don't think, these ponies really know how to react. And, it's going to be interesting because when this actually starts to happen, when they announce that first, single player game, because this is what these guys are waiting for. They're waiting for their first single player game before they concede. But when that happens, these people are going to have to remove their identity from the box and start making decisions about where is actually the best place I should be gaming, based on whatever my budget is. So it's going to be interesting to see because it's still a lot of delusional ponies going on. I've seen a lot of ponies going into hiding, and the reason I know that is because that guy Astro Cyborg. I haven't seen a lot of pony podcast clips from him since this announcement. So they've gone into hide. They realize what's happening. A lot of them don't really want to speak on it though at the moment. So it's quite interesting because if they were speaking on it, he'd be clipping them. There'd be like 6-minute clips all over the place. I have to watch my 2.5 speed because I don't got that time.
You got that time. Yeah, I mean, it's the truth though, right? It is the truth. I've seen it in a lot of different ways. I've seen less people in my Twitter responses.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying? Like it's like the crying and the talking shit and doing all this stuff. This news seems to finally has made its way around where they starting to see, people like Puerto Rock and shit like that kind of like accept that this is a real thing that's happening. Don't sit there and try to fight it because you're just gonna look stupid, right? Like Puerto Rock's protecting himself from getting clipped, when these games start coming, right? He doesn't want to deny it and then have it come through. I mean, it's written in black and white from PlayStation directly, right? And it's again, not even that one. Like he's defending himself from this shit, right? The people that have a problem, he put another tweet. He said, the people that have a problem with me saying PlayStation single player games will go to Xbox had no issue with me when I said Xbox games are going to PlayStation, right? This is that baby bullshit where they're just like, oh yes, it's coming for us, so we're so happy. Oh no, our games are not going there, except this is the reality. And then he even goes as far as to discredit Shinobi, because we just read the thing that Shinobi said, and then fucking Puerto Rock got receipts on him saying he also said COD can end up an Xbox exclusive after the ABK acquisition. How did that turn out?
It's just a new world. Like people just gotta and never trust the insider who's claims to be a PlayStation insider for sure. Like
yep. I'm telling you, all the level of these people are all the same, bro. Like even that what's his name? Like I don't fucking like his shit doesn't pop up too often, but recently because all this stuff has started popping up a little bit. That red dragon dude or whatever. He was on the same boat, right? Like I saw a post where he was saying the same shit, but then another post he said, well, let's just say it is true, then blah 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 blah, like it'll be okay. It's like some bullshit. Like he's started coping with it. It's like this is just, I don't know what's going on. And then you got people like M, who is like I don't even understand this. A lot of idiots think that games being exclusive is about locking others away. It isn't. It's about competition, drive, and the life essence of some platforms. PlayStation fans, you know this. Okay. But he was also the guy who said he's done.
Yeah. He was
Your mic is off, Doodle.
Oh.
Go ahead. Say it again. Bottom line. Start from the beginning.
I think the bottom line is that this isn't working anymore. Thank you guys. I didn't know I was muted.
Yeah, I forgot.
But this is not working anymore. So the reality is that, you know, now they're going to have to find a way to compete with no barriers, right? And let's see now what box stands out, what games stand out. Satya said, if it's competition they want, let us compete. I mean, this is the best way, the best form to freaking do it, right? Go put all your games out there everywhere and let's see where the numbers come back. And that's just the reality. That is no longer working and is not freaking creating competition. It's not creating any essence. There's no essence on the PlayStation 5 or the pisser. There's no motivation for them to go ahead and produce amazing first-party games. They're on a chase of, you know, gas games for something to hit where they can go ahead and they were willing to drop everything, right? The IP that they're known for. This is how poorly they were doing, right? They didn't even care about continuing with their IP. They wanted something new, something fresh. So that wasn't there anymore. You said it, CMoney. The PlayStation, as you known it, it's dead now. It's gone, and that's a good thing. But they weren't doing anything to come out here and compete. Down to one game a year. Come on, man. That's not competing. That's not something at its prime. That's not something that's looking to go ahead and do better and get the attention of the audience. No. So they had lost their essence. And they need to go ahead and make this move and see if maybe this will spark something in them. Seeing the value of their, you know, IP somewhere, maybe being recognized, because these developers are not recognizing the value of it or the way that they see what they're putting out there. Who knows? Maybe Conquered would have done all right if it was everywhere. Not amazing, not Star Wars numbers, right? But maybe it wouldn't be dead.
Yeah.
So.
And competition changes.
Go ahead.
No, I was just piggybacking off of you. You know, competition changes all the time. Like, you know, we used to be on cartridges. Sony forced everyone to CDs. You know, like in sports, you used to have to drive to the paint and have a good mid-range game. Now you have to shoot threes all the time in the NBA. You know, football used to be 3 yards in a cloud of dust. Now you're throwing the ball 50 times a game. Like, competition changes. Like, and other players in the space dictate how you have to change. And Xbox is one of those players in the industry that is dictating how you have to change. Technology in the way that it's rapidly evolving, and the fact that there isn't really any real differentiation between the hardware now is dictating that, you know, competition and how you compete has to change. Because before, the consoles being so proprietary, it was difficult to release games everywhere day and date. It was a real challenge. Now it's not, and it doesn't make sense to do so. So, you know, there's a lot of things that force how people have to compete in the world. It's not a stagnant thing. It is a dynamic, ever changing thing when it comes to competition.
And you have to adapt. You have to adapt to those changes, Pharoah, if you want to continue to move forward. But yeah,
I agree. I found that red dragon thing where he put look, let's pretend it's true. PlayStation going to pour a lot of money into porting games to Xbox where no one buys games and give up exclusives. I'll be the first to admit that it's because Sony doesn't see Xbox as competition and Xbox will remain in last place.
So let's pop that bubble real quick that needs like urgent attention. The fact that Xbox is out here dictating the moves that PlayStation will be taking from now on, moving forward, that they're leading the changes, that alone shows you who's the leader here.
Mm-hmm.
Done. Go ahead, Fuzzy.
Facts.
I think you had something to say.
Well,
We're gonna say.
Piggybacking off of what Pharoah said, as far as the technology, remember we were having to argue about the Xbox Ally and Ally X just a couple of weeks ago. Oh, that's not a console. It's not an Xbox. It's like, well, all right, let's say it's not. It still can play PlayStation games and it has an Xbox logo on it. So I don't know why these PlayStation cats didn't see that with that device. Like, whether it's the domination that Xbox had with 6 titles out of the top 10 that kind of forced Sony's hand, or maybe because, you know, the gaming media doesn't want to ask the questions. Maybe it's all the money that Sony lost between the Bungie purchase and all of the canceled games that could have forced their hand. Hey, we got to get money from other sources now. And we're kind of low on content at the moment. We're only putting out 1 or 2 games a year type of deal from our first party. Or maybe it was the fact that they couldn't do squat. Like, remember how everybody was like, oh, they'll block Xbox. They won't allow a PlayStation game from Steam to play on that Xbox.
Yeah.
Well, maybe they realize maybe we can't block it. So why not? If you can't beat them, join them, kind of thing. I mean, there's a number of reasons why Sony is moving in this direction. And the fact that none of their player base, well, I wouldn't say none, because there's a handful out there. Like, you know, honestly, obviously, Porter Rock sees the light now. I think Big Cloud's another one that's been saying, you guys aren't asking the right questions of Sony. Like, where's the games and stuff like that he's said for a while. And BG every now and then gives Sony the smoke on them doing some stupid stuff. But it's like, how did you guys not see what they were going to do? No, they were so busy saying that, oh, well, you know, PlayStation doesn't follow last place, but it does. It does follow what Xbox does, because they're the ones that are the biggest publisher in the industry right now. They're the ones that have a parent company that could buy Sony 10 times and not even sweat by the cost of what it is for Sony. Like, they could reach in their couch cushions and buy out Sony if they wanted to. And with this administration, there probably wouldn't be the pushback like there was for Activision. But all of that aside, it's like they should have seen that what was coming was going to be something along these lines. Now, sure, it could have only been, you know, their games as a service type of deal, and they would have probably wrote that off as, well, it only makes sense because of multiplayer. And it was like the same or similar excuses that they gave for MLB. Well, MLB forced it because of licensing. Well, why doesn't Disney or Marvel force it? Oh, that's right, because that's what they'll use as an excuse when Spider-Man comes over, or when Wolverine winds up being day and date. But, you know, well, it's already day and date on PC, so it really wouldn't matter if it came over to Xbox now. But
Fuzzy, real quick, Fuzzy, so you get right back to it. But one thing I do want to say real fast, because you brought it up, and is this idea that they don't follow last place, right?
Mm-hmm.
And that is very true. No one would ever follow last place.
Exactly.
Let me tell you a secret. Sony doesn't look at Microsoft as last place.
Exactly.
Sony doesn't give a fuck what the ponies think is last place. They're following the leader.
Tell these simpletons.
They're
Dave.
following the leader. They would never, no business in their right mind would ever follow the last place person. Hence the reason why you never see Xbox copy PlayStation. PlayStation copies Xbox.
Yeah.
Always remember that.
Remember when Phil got guff about, not seeing PlayStation as competition? Yep. Well, we see Google as more of a competition, or Amazon. And then people are like, you're stupid. You don't know what it's like. Well, let's revisit that at this point.
Right?
It seems like, I guess Phil was on to something as far as focusing on things like Google and Amazon. But yeah, I think a lot of these PlayStation cats that want to argue about PlayStation's new direction, and instead of accepting it, or instead of enjoying the possibilities, like now would be the perfect time for them to request the same things as Sony that we've been enjoying on Xbox, like dual entitlement. I mean, a lot of them like to spend money. They're the ones that were fine with $80 games or $100 games or whatever. But wouldn't it be nice if you bought the game once and it was on your PlayStation 5 and PC at the same time, like one copy to rule them all kind of thing? That's stuff that they should ask about. Or maybe they should ask about things like features like quick resume. I know they want to say that whole cards thing was like quick resume, and that the super SSD is so fast that it doesn't matter. No, it matters, because I have both boxes and nothing beats quick resume. There's no load up. It's just click on the thing and you're back where, unless it's a multiplayer game, obviously, you're back where you left off. As opposed to having to click the thing. Oh, do you want to start the game where you left off? And then you click it, and then like 6 seconds later. But there was also head-to-head tests on the same games. Like I think it was Assassin's Creed Valhalla. Even the Series S beat the PS5 with loading it. But all of that aside, these PlayStation cats should have seen the writing on the wall long ago. They should have seen it when Hiroki Totoki said what he said a year ago. They should have seen it when, there was a rumor about Helldivers coming to Xbox. And hey, look, it's coming to Xbox. They should have looked at things like how badly Horizon Lego did on PlayStation and Switch, and how little they sold Helldivers on PlayStation in comparison to PC. They should have seen how Sony bent the knee when it came to that whole, I guess, regions that aren't able to have, a Sony login or something like that. Because remember, when God of War Ragnarok came out, originally they were like, no, they need to have that PlayStation thing. And then they were like, no, you know what? Better yet, we want to sell as many copies as possible. Yeah, let them buy it. Let them buy it. And it was the same thing with the Ghost of Tsushima, with the Iki Island bundle director's cut or whatever. At first they were going to limit it, and then they were like, well, we will limit our sales. So they bent the knee again. So it all comes down to Sony making money. The same thing that they said, oh, this is what ruined Xbox because of Activision, blah, blah. It's like, did you guys not see it when they, spent all that money on Bungie, which, certain people said it was a better acquisition than Activision, and you see how that went. It's like, we'll be lucky if Bungie's still around or not absorbed by Sony by this time next year, because they don't have a Destiny 3 in the chamber, and Marathon might not make it out of the barrel next year. So yeah, Sony spent a lot of money to not get into the games as a service business like they had hoped. They only had one that's really hit well, and that mainly hit well on PC. And I've said this before, and I'll say it again. In a couple of years, we'll look back and we'll know Helldivers 2 as more of an Xbox game, because it's going to have probably a larger, more consistent player base on Xbox than it will on PlayStation. I mean, some of that will be, crossover between Xbox and PC, but still, it's just funny to me. And to, the Nibs and Williams of the world, where you write a dissertation on the internet, grow up. Nobody has time to read that crap. Spend time playing games or actually doing the jobs you claim you do. Because the William guy, the reason why he started blocking people I guess he said he was some sort of analyst, and people looked him up, and they were like, well, how come you're not registered under some sort of 4-letter acronym or whatever? And he was like, well, it's because of my current position. And people that actually have those licenses are like, that excuse doesn't hold water. What are you talking about? Like, I'm a current, analyst in this, and I'm doing this job. You just have to notify him that you're doing both jobs. And that's how it works in this industry. So
he's
either
not
you're
accredited.
lying.
No, he says legit as Detective Seeds.
There you go.
There you go.
They're
They work
partners.
together. Yeah.
They're partners. They're partners. All he had to do was ask. That's all he had to do.
How did you heard about Detective Seeds, Fuzzy?
I've heard some things, and it's like, it's part of the reason why I stopped going on social media sometimes, because also the Moore's Law guy, and I'll say it every time, anybody that listens or believes him has got to be a goddamn fool. Excuse my language. This is the same guy that said the PS5 had RDNA 3. Now let's take a trip back in time. Xbox had to wait to get RDNA 2. How the F do you get RDNA 3 if you have to wait for RDNA 2? Just that's simple math, simple logic. You don't even have to be a tech guy to understand. Like,
exactly.
Sure, there are some automobiles that will have a release year 1 year later than the actual year. So I'm pretty sure there's a 2026 model car that you can buy, because I think usually around August time is when the new model year starts up. But there have been some years where they start as early as February. Like in February of 96, I had a 97 Wrangler. I'm trying to think. There's other vehicles that are like that, where they start a whole year ahead of the year that they're released. But that would be
which
like
makes no fucking sense, by the way.
True. But that whole RDNA 3 argument was like saying, I have a 2028. We haven't even seen a 2027. How did you get the 2028? No, that's not going to happen. So from there, I knew he was full of BS. And it's like, oh, that new chipset that a lot of people in the know have said that's probably the AMD chipset that they partnered over, which it's coming out that that's the case with the AI chip embedded. That's going to be the next Xbox, not the next PS6, like a lot of people want to hope it to be. It's something that's going to be more than likely for at least one of the Xbox consoles, which a lot of people also said that they're only doing one console, or that the handheld's canceled, and then forgot that some of the same people said that the Series S was canceled. Remember Lockhart? Oh, they're only going to release the I forget what they gave the name for the Series X, the Anaconda or something like that. I think that they're not doing that Lockhart thing, and then sure enough, the Series S wound up being a real thing. So there's a lot of those PlayStation insider influencers or tech people that always seem to get stuff wrong, and then they backtrack and delete that stuff or hide their videos when it goes to show that what they said was a bunch of BS. And then it's like they're on to the next BS, and then the same people that got egg on their face fall for it all over again with the next thing. So yeah, the Detective Seeds is I've heard a few of his predictions, and it's like you're better off using a dartboard instead of just like whatever, I guess, NeoGAF or one of them forms that he's probably on. It's like, come on, dude.
No. He just has to ask.
That's it.
That's his superpower. So like he wrote a tweet that said, people don't want to give me the information, but if I ask, then they give it to me. And it's like, that seems pretty ridiculous. Real quick though, because I don't know. Did we miss this one? Did we read this?
Oh shoot, no.
Our boy Dark Angelic with that $5 super chat. What the fuck happened? Says if The Last of Us was on Xbox, you wouldn't have had to buy the remasters. Smart Delivery would have given you the upgraded copy automatically for free. Those are bars.
Exactly.
I mean,
yeah.
I'm still waiting for it to happen. Let's go. Bring it over. Real quick, talking about Detective Seeds and his predictions. It made me think of another person who likes to predict things, and that's D-Batch. The Civil War continues. D-Batch wrote, laughing my ass off at Xbox fans rejoicing at Sony porting job listing. You are not getting God of War or Spider-Man games. You won't get Day One Wolverine or any AAA single player games. You will get live service games. Laughing my ass off. God damn. And then Porter Rock says they're getting the single game, the single player games, bro. So this is the thing. Remember, this is Mr. PlayStation 5 Pro's or 4090.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Remember that.
Oh,
We
God.
just always remember that, and that will give you the understanding of how much you should listen or give a shit about what he has to say.
Seriously, though. And listen, for their sake, I think, for PlayStation's sake, I mean, you can only hope. Like, we're not in need of games. That's just the reality.
We're really not, though.
We're not.
Yeah.
Like, we're not. Like, oh my gosh, look at God of War.
But they don't get
Spider-Man
it.
finally.
They know
No.
we're not. They know
No.
it. They know it. They know what we're doing.
Mhm.
They know what we're rejoicing for. We are rejoicing and laughing at the fact that these motherfuckers said it was never gonna happen.
It's because
And they mocked
talk
Xbox
so
for
much
doing it.
Shit.
They talk shit,
Yes.
and then of course we're gonna mock you.
Of course.
You shouldn't have been talking shit.
At least we are. You talk shit, we talk shit.
I'm
That's
just
it.
saying, we have been pretty consistent with our shit talking.
Yeah.
And I haven't seen any video yet where they can go against what we shit talk about. And
guess what? Just because they didn't like what I said about Ghost of Yote doesn't make Ghost of Yote look any better.
facts.
Right? So
True.
Facts. Facts.
you can hate what I say all you want. It's not gonna fix your problem.
Truth hurts, baby.
Yep.
Truth hurts. But yes, so of course D-Bat, damn, I can't even say his name. It's like D-Batch would think that that only live service games are gonna come. He's again, the 4090 genius. He knows that what's the best thing for the companies to do are to go ahead and invest in managers to oversee something that Nix's has been doing the entire time, which is porting everything over, and live service games were already coming.
250
They're already coming.
to 300,000 a year. That's
Yep.
what they're paying.
But he thinks that that's for them to do the same job. You know what I'm saying? Because that's what people do. They pay a shit ton of money to have somebody do what we already have being done. This is extra.
Just hang out.
Well, here's a question I have, and I know others have said this as well. What live service games? Didn't they cancel all the live service games? Like, where's Fair Game? Where's Marathon?
Team LFG.
Team LFG, they are
Their
looking
frog game,
for group.
Pharoah. Come on, man.
Looking
Team
for
LFG, they're brand new hot shot triple A. And the A stands for ass developers that are going to be bringing you the latest and hottest trends in frog games. You know what I'm saying?
Yep.
Oh, man.
Rivet indeed.
Rivet indeed. Yeah. This is a
crazy. But again, it's not about the games. If this would be a last Hail Mary, right, to their IP to go ahead and say, let me put it on every platform and hopefully, it'll give us the numbers that we're looking for. But for keep your games.
facts. Like,
by all means, keep your games.
Really not necessary. And then I'll just finish up over here with a few more from Porter Rock. He's like the star of the pony show today, because he's out here, slapping some of these people up, and you're the enemy of your enemy is your friend.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? So we gotta big him up when he slaps them up. He's upset at PlayStation. Nintendo in the end will be the winner. They remain slow and steady while PlayStation trying to chase the quick money, putting their console brand at risk. and it was good while it lasted. He was very emotional.
What quick money? What quick
Putting their
money?
games
And
elsewhere.
how is Nintendo the winner? The winner of what? Were there rules set? If you don't put your games on other platforms, you get a crown. You're the winner. The winner of what? Look at what this has done for PlayStation. It's crazy to have this mentality.
Yeah.
Sorry, but listen, there's no winners here. This is about the consumers. This is about the developers. This is about the games. And that is what should be winning. At the end of the day, it's not about the freaking box. Like we said, Fuzzy, you brought up, if they go ahead and put Mario Brothers 3, I will buy that right away, right? If they put it on PC. This is what's happening. They are being unfair to the IP. They're being unfair to the developers. They're being unfair to the players. Bottom line.
Yeah,
there's no winning there.
I think the Nintendo thing is a little bit where they putting the cart in front of the horse. Because if we really remember why PlayStation is now only making handhelds, is because they were forced out of the
I mean, why Nintendo? Why
Nintendo? Yeah, Nintendo's only making handhelds because they literally got forced out of the under the TV box console.
Facts.
They couldn't financially compete with making competitive hardware that was a console box. So
and there's no more gimmicks to do. So they ran out of gimmicks.
Yeah, now they're in a space. Now they were in a space where no one competed against them for a decade with the Switch, but that's changing now with these PC handhelds. So we gotta see if the same thing could possibly happen again, where PC handhelds maybe pick up steam and
Well, there's already a thing about the what's the name of that game? I had it somewhere, but it's a game. I forget the name, but there's a game coming out that's everywhere. And they just said it's 30 frames per second on the Switch, 60 on everything else. And the Switch 2 is going to help, but it's still not going to make it a 60. And it's like, what's going to happen when these other consoles, these other handhelds are out there? Because Steam Deck can run it at 60.
Yeah.
Right? So if Steam Deck can run it at 60, the ROG Xbox Ally is going to run it at 60. What is the Switch 2 going to be doing here?
That's the thing. Nintendo's reminding me a lot of PlayStation, and with the price of the console, $450, $500 with the bundle, the $80 games that do not look like they should be $80, the $30 amiibos they were what, $9.99, $12.99, $15.99 max. You get a double amiibo or a big jumbo size for $30, but no, their basic regular amiibos are $30 now. I mean, I'm just seeing a lot of greed and not putting much forward, so we'll see where that gets them.
Yeah. It's going to be a lot more competitive in the handheld space. I mean, the ROG Ally will be the first first native handheld that you'll be able to put beside them in the store. So we'll have to see what happens.
Yeah, that's definitely going to be it's going to be telling once we can start seeing this stuff.
Yeah, for sure.
Right next to each other. Okay, so this, I don't know if you guys can see it here, but this is another one that I wanted to just put up. Porter Rock says, Sony says, we're hiring someone to help lead and strategize putting PlayStation Studio games on Xbox and Nintendo. Sony's only talking about live service games. Then Sony would have said they are hiring someone to lead and strategize putting PlayStation Studios live service games on Xbox and Nintendo. Words have meaning. Some of you suck at the art of communication. And then you have Watch. I guarantee you, same mofos that are saying PlayStation single player games are not going to Xbox will be the same mofos bragging how these single player games are selling better on Xbox than the actual Xbox first party games. Watch, you're going to do it. I know you will. You will brag on PlayStation single player games selling great on Xbox. And that's it. And then I guess this is just the last one. This is how change begins. This means change. Do you think global commercial strategy for PlayStation Studio software titles is limited to just live service game? They're just going to let their single player games just sit there and not make more money, just collect dust? Really? That's what you think? And I think that's any rational person could see this.
And listen, this is long overdue for this to start kind of sinking in, but this is like spelled out. So yes, I think it's the time to kind of start coming to grips with what's taking place. Or just keep on hanging on
and look like a fool. look like D-Bats, you know what I'm saying? Mr. 4090. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. Just end up like him. Forever without credit. That's wild. All right, let's go to the next chapter. These are going to be shorter hits, I think, but I do want to just quickly kind of bang. All right, next chapter. Don't know if you've seen it, but Sony is officially suing Tencent over Light of Motoram, which it calls a Slavish clone of its Horizon game. Says it twice rejected Tencent's request to license Horizon. Speculates that Motoram Studio may secretly be the studio Tencent pitched for the collab. So these are some pictures showing some designs
semblance
between the different characters and creatures. Well, they fixed Aloy big time. And that's that.
So you're telling me that the people that went through Twitter to find people that don't have much of a voice and steal their art and music are now suing for stolen ideas in art? I want to just make sure I'm processing it correctly before I have an opinion on it.
Oh my god, I didn't even...
because this is freaking bonkers. This is crazy.
Oh my god, that's hilarious. That is that actually didn't dawn on me at all.
This is
the fact that they had a studio marathon steal from a small artist and base their whole game on it. Now they're out here crying because somebody's stealing from them. That's real crazy. That's real crazy.
That's karma.
Well, isn't Tencent like in China?
Yeah.
Yeah. The parent. Yeah.
So like technically, doesn't this not matter?
Pretty much.
Like China's not gonna make them do shit. Like they do this shit all the time. I see like mobile games and shit that are just all the same ripoffs of a different popular mobile game. I really don't know how this is any different. I mean, are you suggesting? I think Sony's suggesting, and this is what it is. I think their fear is that they realize that everyone hates Alloy,
and then there's a better version.
And now there's going to be a better version that exists, and people are actually going to like that game because it won't be a permanent dosage of NyQuil.
Yeah,
and it might actually be good.
I mean, just the picture alone, right there on top, she looks full of life.
Yeah, she looks alive.
Right? That character just looks like it has some type of essence and personality, whereas you just see death on the other side. Sorry, but you can't make similar things. Similar movies are made like
it's true, man. Like you don't own White Girl with Red Hair.
Exactly.
You know what I'm saying? You don't own robot dinosaurs.
Exactly.
Like, what are you gonna like? Transformers gonna fuck you up? You know what I'm saying? Like, what are you like? You about to get a lawsuit from Transformers? Like, yo, your bitch looks like my bitch. You know what I'm saying? Like, I don't really see it. Right? They still have to make a good game. Did they steal your code? Right? Did they go over there and were they like, yo, I'm gonna take your code and I'm gonna do this. From what it sounds like, is they were being polite. They were like, "Yo, we have an idea. We think it'll line up with Horizon. Let us just use your IP, and we can make this game." And they said no. So they said, "Okay, fuck you. I'm not gonna use Alloy. I'm gonna use Melina." You know what I'm saying?
Right. My version of that.
Alina,
right?
whatever.
I'll make my own character. Listen, you man, you can't. This is such a double standard situation for them to come out here and try this. But look at what's happening with Nintendo. They're still chasing what's a
Pocket Pair with a
yes,
Power World.
Power World.
Yeah.
So it's like,
but that's such a mess. Like, people don't realize how big of a mess that is, especially in Japan. It's such a mess.
Yeah. So
I just Cage says, if a game in first person with a gun in the middle of the screen was copying id software, could sue everyone.
Yeah,
because they made the first person shooter or whatever.
Yep.
It's like, I mean, this is the reality though. Like, doesn't Sony have a lawsuit of their own that they're like being targeted with?
Yeah, they got like a 7 billion. They got a couple, but you're talking about probably the biggest one
they talk about lawsuits like they talk about baby mamas and shit. Like, I got a couple. I got a few bitches out here. You know, I can't count them all. You know, I can't count them all.
Yeah, they got the $7 billion one that I think most people are paying attention to.
Yeah.
Oh man!
Oh my god!
No, but here's the plot twist. Along with, like Doodle said, that the fact that they stole art and now they're suing about the same thing. Anybody that's played this game and didn't fall asleep, you do know Alloy is a clone, right? So isn't it kind of ironic they clone the clone or clone the clone of a clone clone? So
that's right.
Yeah.
She is a clone.
So,
that's why she has no personality. That's why she has no personality. That's
G maybe has a list for us. Hold up. I don't know where his other message is, but he's got a list. Foam Stars, PlayStation All Stars, Astrobot, just for starters.
Yeah, that Astrobot does play a lot like some of the Mario games. And
Foam Stars with Splatoon.
Yeah.
All Stars. Come on, man.
Yeah.
Interesting. That's crazy. Now, one thing that has come from this, I know we talked about it before, but that Horizon number, that 38 million.
Yes.
That is from here. So because of the leak, that's how we have the official numbers, not because of the leak, but because of the lawsuit. We have the official numbers from them, right? So now we know that as a franchise, Horizon has done 38 million, over 38 million copies. So if we do this, Shinobi puts here, Horizon franchise has sold over 38 million copies per Sony's recent lawsuit filed against Tencent. That averages to about 6 million copies sold in the past 2 years, with the last update being 32 million in May 2023. So how many times have they remastered in the last 2 years? We got Horizon 1 and Horizon 2 on PC, right? Yep. So yeah. Okay. So over here's a document, I guess, where it comes up. Horizon franchise is immensely successful and widely distributed. The Horizon franchise has sold over 38 million copies globally. There would be no question that Tencent had access to the Horizon franchise when it created Light of Mortaram, even had it not expressly approached SIE with a request to license SIE's intellectual property rights in the franchise. So 38 million copies globally. And that's the franchise, right? So when did Horizon 1 drop?
That has to be like
same year that the Zelda game dropped.
17?
Yeah, 2017.
Yeah.
Yeah, 2017. So it's been 8 years. 8 years. And that's across PlayStation 4 that had over 100 million consoles. That's across PlayStation 5 that has over 70 million consoles. And that's across PC that has hundreds of millions of PC out there in the world that might want to buy a game. I mean, listen, if Horizon was like this great game, I would be like, yo, kudos to you. I find this like they hustled a lot of people. Like those are 38 million souls in a deep sleep. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Like that is a real problem.
Some have
They
not
put
woken up
NyQuil out
yet.
of business.
Nah, dog, I'm good.
Yeah, I put it on my PlayStation at night. It helps me sleep so good. Just put it on. Out. Yeah.
Oh my god.
It's so sad.
If you have trouble sleeping, I heard that's your prescription.
Yeah, that's it.
Mhm.
That's it. That's the thing that makes the most sense. 100%. It's a I don't know. I can tell you right now, the fact that they did that though. So this has to be their most successful current IP. And that's why we keep seeing them do more Horizon shit.
Trying to push it forward, yeah.
Right. That's why they went ahead and put it on the Switch, right? The Lego
Yeah.
one, right? Because that's going to be included in this as well, right? So whatever Lego does is also in here. But what I'm interested in seeing is how big of a difference, because Horizon Zero Dawn came out when 2020.
But the remaster?
Yeah, no, the part 2.
Oh, Forbidden West came out in
I think 2020 or 2021.
I think it was 21 because it was a year after the launch window supposedly, but they still had to do the $60 and
2022 is what it says.
Yeah, 2022. That sounds a little more right.
Yep, 2022. Yeah. 2024 was a remaster, I think.
Yeah. So this is what I think.
February 18th, 2022.
I think the problem with Horizon, and I would be interested because I don't remember, but I would be interested in seeing how much Horizon the first one sold. Right.
That's a big deal versus
versus what this next one sold. Because what I think we know, and I don't think Horizon has bucked the trend because they haven't gassed it up or bigged it up at all. And the fact that we're only learning about this number through this document tells us that they're not really too proud of that number.
Yeah.
Because they probably realize that it's just like remasters and remakes and shit. But the bigger thing is the downward trend that part 1 I would almost guarantee
sold a lot more than part 2, and then
just like God of War, just like Spider-Man
down. Yep.
Everything they made.
And then don't get us started on Lego Ho.
Lego the Ho,
yo.
I'll be surprised if she even sold. Did we get any numbers on that at all?
Numbers from
that. No.
Like we never even got
never charted, so it probably didn't do too good.
Yeah. So I don't think it did 1 million.
Yeah.
Right.
I doubt it.
Yeah. Yeah. Sony saw how much she made working the corners and never came back for her.
Shit. Damn. I mean, damn. Yeah. I mean, look. At the end of the day,
she was working hard.
She was working hard. As far as like the fact that this game has sold like good, I mean, I'm glad for them that they sold some copies. I wish it equaled something more exciting. Now they are working on that online Horizon.
Yep.
Right.
Yeah.
That live service Horizon. You know that they kept working on, but they stopped working on Spider-Man.
Mm-hmm.
Live service because out of the two, clearly,
I know.
you know,
This
Herman
news-
Hulse said it had to be their new Star Wars since his original
new
Star
Star
Wars
Wars.
got canceled.
Yeah.
the new Star Wars. Oh my god.
Oh.
That just came up to them being cheap. They didn't want to have to pay them licensing fees. That's all.
Yeah.
That's hilarious. That's real funny. Yeah, so yeah, I mean, as far as this is concerned, it kind of is what it is. I don't think the lawsuit is gonna go their way for some reason. I feel like China is not gonna give a fuck. And even if they somehow get blocked from selling in certain places,
They'll sell it in.
they'll just sell it in
places.
China,
Yeah,
and
sell
people will like it more, and word through the grapevine will pass, and they'll establish
sell
their own IP over there, and then they'll just bring it over here and, you know, change the color or something.
Yeah, China's petty. They'll block Horizon in China.
Yep.
Ooh,
Oh, yeah.
ooh,
Yeah, China's
Sure.
petty.
That'll be-
They'll do that.
that's
I would love to see it.
that's a
That's
beautiful
that's
thing.
why it was silly for them to turn down the offer. Like, remember the whole thing with Bobby Kotick and
Yeah.
I think it was Tencent or maybe it was NetEase with the
It was
Blizzard stuff.
NetEase. Yeah.
Yeah, like you have to go through them to put your game over there, or otherwise you ain't selling your game over there.
They're like,
And
it's like
if what is it? What was that game that magically was able to be on Xbox? Was it Black Myth Wukong?
yeah.
A 1 year
Yeah.
to the date.
Yeah.
1 year to the date.
Yeah,
I
it
think
comes out in
they
a couple
nearly
weeks.
sold 20 million in China alone. Like,
Yeah.
China will be
Oh
fine
yeah.
with just selling this over there, but if this game goes to PC here in the States, it's going to probably do better than what Horizon would do, because it's a better looking starting character from get-go.
Mhm.
So you don't have to do mods or anything. So yeah, Sony, I don't think China's going to care either way. The American courts will probably say, they're not an American company, so you win, but we can't force them to pay, or we can't force them to not sell it on the black market or whatever. Because people will just download it or get it through CD keys and get it from somewhere else and still play it on their PC at least. So Sony's kind of cooked on this one.
A little bit.
Agreed.
If they really
Little
want to
bit.
pursue it, China will shut it all down. You won't sell no PlayStation games over here. How about that?
Or
They'll do it.
PlayStations.
They'll do it. They did it. They did it to Activision. Activision couldn't sell the Blizzard games over there for like 2 years.
Yeah.
Facts.
They don't care.
It's true. It's true. Yeah. All right. Let's hop out of this. Let me get to my next chapter. Okay. Here we go. Let me get my time. Oh. Okay. All right. Next chapter. That's right, guys.
Oh,
Grounded 2 is here.
Yes.
It has released into early access. We had the privilege to have early access to the early access. We were given a copy of the game, or 2 copies of the game, for review, and we went ahead and did review the game. It is out now. If you have not seen our review, go check it out. Spoiler alert, we liked it. Okay, we liked it. It's definitely really, really good. But not only did it come out though, it kind of came out like a bang, right? Because
Seriously.
One of the things that we felt is that it's a major upgrade, right, from the previous one. And I think the fact that it is in fact going ahead and basically being better in every way, shape, and form as far as the game is concerned, it's kind of nice to see that right out the rip it opened to way more people playing the game, right? Like, it overtook its all-time peak of Grounded on Steam just 30 minutes after release.
That's freaking amazing. We were just talking about games that they released the first one and then the second one won't sell as much. And
yeah. Oh shit!
God
like
damn,
this,
babe. Man, it's
I did not even
wild. That's a
that
PlayStation
together.
problem. Know what I mean? We just keep getting better and better, right?
But it's true, right? And that's goddamn, babe. You don't fuck around.
No.
That is such a this shows you exactly the situation, right? And this is what we talk about, where I don't hide anything. This is not I don't give a fuck. There's no bullshit. I had God of War Part 1, right? We bought Ragnarok.
Yep.
I beat Part 1. I could not get through Ragnarok. Fucking Horizon. I had the first one. It took over a year, but I beat the first one. I had Horizon 2. Cannot fucking get through that fucking game. Ghost of Tsushima. Fire game when I did it. Took me a long time to be clear.
Yeah.
Really long time. 5 years to beat that. 4 or 5 years to beat that game. But I enjoyed it. But not oh my God, it's the best thing ever. But I have zero interest in Ghost of Yotei, right? Spider-Man had Part 1, beat Part 1, got Part 2, have no interest. I spent the money, no interest, right? Because they're not going up, they're going down. The quality is going down, and it's frustrating beyond belief because we've already invested in this box and we're trying to just see if we can get something and enjoy something from it. And thankfully there is a purpose for the box right now because Madman's going back. He finally played Last of Us, my favorite PlayStation game, and he agrees with me. So that's my boy.
Mm-hmm.
That's money. But the point is
and he actually, because he played the second one too, and he actually online.
Oh yeah, he both of them.
Yes,
both of them, and he
passed that Joel part.
Yep, and he liked, just like me, Part 2 better, and he liked Abby better. So, Madman's Team Abby too.
Probably so.
Point is though, is we
best...
don't rag on this stuff because it's whatever. It's our investment. It's annoying that I bought these things.
The best part about these
work.
games have been the collector's edition.
Yeah, they made a few collector's edition that we got that are pretty cool. Horizon, really I think, is the best collector's edition that they
everything, which is crazy because the game is so dull. The Ali is or Ollie, whatever the heck her freaking clown ass.
Aloy.
I
think it's Aloy. I think it's Aloy.
NyQuil.
All
right.
So you brought this up, right? And it's okay, dope. You just put it all in perspective for me. I wish I thought about this when I was playing this because I feel like it would have made me think about things. The fact that Xbox came out here. First of all, this is a small team. Okay, this is not a big team. They made Part 1. Okay. Did they just I was not expecting this game to be announced. I don't think anybody thought that Obsidian was going to have a secret third game, right? I don't believe that anybody thought about that, right? So the fact that this came out and it literally is better in every way. And I did not take to Grounded 1 in a huge way, right? When I first played it, I was like, oh, very pretty, graphics were nice and shit like that. And I played it for a little while during the early access. And then just the mission structure, the stuff that you're supposed to do, I got to a point I couldn't get to the thing. I didn't understand it. It was too much of a pain in the ass. And I basically just dropped it. Then years later, I think we played together online to try it out. And you played it, I played it, and it was all right. You know what I'm saying? We played it together, it's whatever. But this one, you and I both played it. We enjoyed our game so much that we did not even do co-op.
Yep.
So you played it for 30 hours and change. Actually, now more because you just kept playing. I played it for 30 hours and change individually on our own. And it's just so well done.
It is. It's crazy, but some of the additions that they've done to Grounded 2 are man, this should have been there all along, right? This is what you want to see, how they're moving forward with a game. The fact that this game is early access too, it blows my freaking mind. There are a couple things here and there, but nothing like it's in freaking great condition. But the buggies, bro, the buggies,
the dopest shit
is the dopest freaking
changed
thing.
Everything for me. Completely just took it to the next level.
Yeah, it just facilitates everything. You're out there, and I think that it's part of the reason probably why the playing multiplayer may still feel like you're playing multiplayer, because once you get that buggy, you're just out there, and it just becomes, it's such a big character in the game. I named mine CMoney, so you can name them. Yes, and
mine is Doodle.
And this is Doodle. But you know what's crazy? It changed because I didn't know right away, and you have told me you can name your buggy, right? And I was playing with my buggy, and it just kind of almost changed the way I played once I named it, CMoney, where like I was fighting on the buggy, and then it was, all right, babe, let's go. I will get off my buggy and we would just go to battle together. And it was like the dopest thing, because like every time from across I see his name, and it's like, bet. But it's just that connection you have with your buggy and out there exploring, the way that you can play, like you can focus on building, you can focus again on exploration, on being a freaking hunter. You can go out there and just kick some ass, and it just goes from like such a tranquil experience, so chill, to just moments of chaos, and the music just hypes up, and you're just like caught up in that moment, and then you like catch your breath, and you're like, all right, hold up, did that just happen? Because these things, and it's great that they have the option to like opt out of the bugs. They are so freaking detailed. It's insane. So some of the battles are crazy, and
Right.
we will come back and talk to each other, and like the mentality of because you're not just fighting these freaking enemies. There are all kinds of freaking insects and bugs out there. And
Crazy.
Like the thought process behind how you battle them, it's like so puzzly. I love it, because we will come back and talk to each other, and I'll be like, well, I fought this like that. And you'll be like, well, I fought it like this. And it's like, all right.
Most of the time, literally, I think every single one Doodle killed first. And I was afraid to attack it, because first of all, the sounds are crazy.
Yeah, the sounds
like
insane.
this shit. Like if you imagine being in your room and just oh shit, like what is that? That's what it sounds like, but louder, because it's in their big. Oh my god, like there's some crazy shit in the game. Point is that phenomenal. We really did enjoy it. We're in it. Like I'm still wanting to play it. Like I'm still in it. Doodle's still playing.
Yeah.
So
but it's just, you get in there. For me though, like I just, that feeling, because you do get that feeling, that hostile, and just your instincts just kick in, and you just,
your instincts kicked in.
My
instincts was like, hi, motherfucker, those monsters are real. There's some big ass shit.
So see, one of the things, the ladybugs, he's like, those things, he comes to me and he's like, those ladybugs are killers. They're no joke. And I'm like, I already killed some. And he's like, well, what? He's like, they're aggressive. They're crazy. And I'm like, so in my mind, I'm like, all right, bet you're big. I'll just hop on your back. So I will hop on top of the ladybug and just stab it from the top until it dies.
And it works, because then I did it.
Works.
And then
it's nice and easy. The butterflies, the mosquitoes, you just grab the bow and arrow, shoot them down, and then grab your hammer and kapow. They'll die nice and quick.
So let's just say it's popular over here.
Yeah.
In our hood.
Yeah.
It's definitely great. But yeah, the fact is that again, it's not just us, right? It's been doing pretty good as far as reviews are concerned, but also like again, beating its all-time peak, right, is huge. And then even the the homie Aaron Greenberg went ahead and posted this here. It was the top selling game
Woo,
on Steam
let's go.
amongst every product.
It's so good.
I
Like,
mean,
if
that's
you have Game
well
Pass,
deserved,
you don't
man.
think you would like this type of game, just get in there and see how you kind of connect with it and how you respond to it, because there is an addictive part of it. It's the upgrades, everything. It's just so freaking cool. So, yeah. G maybe brought up Doodle playing Ara gave her more strategies to implement the stabby stab techniques. Well,
Facts.
G maybe this is the thing. I took Ara to the next level. I have 32 nations in one shot. And it's freaking wild because I'm going to war with multiple nations at the same time. It's crazy. It's crazy. I love that game. It's
Right.
so good. But today I was like back to Ara, or I keep playing Grounded, and I went back into Grounded. So
Yes.
but I'm gonna get back to that battle I had going on. World
Doodle's
War
not messing
Doodle.
around. Doodle's not messing around. I'll tell you that much. And I'm equally enjoying it. So this is definitely a W from Microsoft. What do you guys think? Pharoah, the game's coming out. More people are playing it. #1 on Steam. Getting better reviews. It's early access. I played the whole we played the whole first chapter. It's beefy. I spent over to finish the first chapter and play the game. So not like just trying to, like, the way they develop it, you have to kind of play it anyway to move forward in the story. So like combined, it took me about 30 hours just to play the first chapter of the story. That's pretty beefy.
Yeah, it's pretty beefy.
What do you
Probably
think?
took Doodle half that time based on what I've been hearing. Your survival skills. So it probably took Doodle half that time based on what I'm hearing about your survival skills.
How dare you? How dare you?
But no, I think it's great that this game is doing good. I remember when the first grind was popping up. I played it a little bit in early access, didn't get too much into it. But I remember like it getting hit hard by the review community at the time. Even though it was in early access, which I thought was like surprising. So I'm good to see the game survive, and not just survive, but actually thrive and continue to grow. And it's just like Xbox seems to have a way with these live service upstart titles that are unique and different. Whether it be a Sea of Thieves or a Grounded or Our History Untold, they seem to find their niche and do well in it. So
this game, the crazy thing is, this game made me understand why they moved on. So like at first I was like, why would they stop Grounded? You know what I'm saying? Like, why would they stop it? And it's clear that they needed to leave like the last generation behind.
Yeah.
So that they can use this as the base going forward. And this one I think they could rock with for a super long time. Like they have so much shit in here that's just so well done. And you're right, like Xbox does have a way with it, and it's because they let these devs do what they want. Like Grounded is not a game that you would think that should have so much, but there's like, it has how many people? I think it was like 20 million people or some shit on the first Grounded they announced. So it's not like it was some small stuff, and they let them walk away from that just to turn around and make part 2. You know what I'm saying? Like,
yeah,
I don't know. I think they nailed it, and I think this is a game that would only come out of Xbox.
I agree that they're the ones that like would go ahead and make something this unique and special. I feel like they would be the ones to take this type of risk. And again, the bugs situation, they're not for everyone, but you can opt out of it. You can play also creative mode and, like you said, multiplayer, and just go in there and play together. It's pretty dope.
Agreed. You can even remove the bugs.
Mm-hmm.
Like if you just want to run in this world, you can literally just make a mode where you get no bugs in the mode. Just be shrunk in this world and build and collect and do what you want to do. It's pretty crazy how much they give. You know what I'm saying? But what about you, Fuzzy? What do you think? This is a good sign, yes, that they got more players, number one on Steam. Like, it's been 5 years. I think that's the part that we don't realize because you don't pay attention to Grounded like that.
Yeah.
And it's been literally 5 years since the original release. So it's time.
Well, yeah. And part of like what you said, as far as leaving the last generation behind, having more bugs on screen, having more things to do, a lot more, crafting and stuff like that. I think it's for the best using the current gen hardware and will more than likely carry over even into the next gen. Having the buggies, I think, is going to be the biggest appeal for me. Like, I played a little bit of the other one in early access and then got a little bit tired of the grind of the new armor sets and stuff. They had new bugs, new armor sets, and I'm like, the bugs kept on getting harder and harder. And I'm not the greatest at survival games, and trying to play solo at times is not the best way to go. But having, like, if you have your own basically companion kind of thing that can fight with the fight alongside you with the bugs and stuff,
strong,
strong and fast.
Yeah, that's definitely going to help. So I love everything that they've done as far as the improvements. It goes to show. Like, a lot of times people talk about like the AAA scene and versus the AA scene, and Obsidian, I still consider them AAA, even though some people say, oh, they're AA, but part of that
AAA
is
talent, AA size.
Yeah.
And they listen to their fan base or their player base, much like Undead Labs does with like State of Decay and stuff like that. They listen to their fan base and create some of the stuff that they want to see in the game, and then throw some challenges in there with new types of bugs or other traps and things like that you may encounter. So I like how they've built this with a small team. Now it's a little bit bigger team that's working on it. Plus they got the help of, was it Eidos Montreal or something like that as well. So they're definitely putting the resources, the time, and the effort behind it. Like, they see how well the first one did, and they're throwing more at it for the second one, and hopefully this series continues to grow. So when we see a Grounded 3, maybe mid-gen of the next gen or something like that, it might even take it to a whole different level as far as like a much larger map or yard that you're walking through, or maybe you're shrunken in the forest this time or something. But
I could see it now. I think the first game didn't let me really see. Like, I thought that they would just make the one and just be done with it. I didn't really see a 2 type scenario, but now that we've seen the 2, you tell different story, different location. The location means such a big difference. So I could definitely see a 3 coming at some point, and this is like a franchise now.
Yeah.
And it's one of those that you can't say that Xbox doesn't cultivate their developers or allow them some freedoms and things like that. Because before, all I heard was Xbox always mismanages their studios, but Obsidian is like the golden child right now. They're putting out 3 games in 1 year when Sony's barely putting out 1 from their whole first party, not just one of their first party, their whole first party. So
big facts.
It's awesome to see. I'm not going to play it just yet because I'm still on my Division 2 kick. But I just reached level 100 for the season. So I'm like 5 weeks early on that. So I got some time in between. But I've liked what I've seen from the trailer and was surprised that was even hitting this year. Like, Obsidian needs to teach other studios how to be so efficient in releasing games and good quality games at that. But it's they have something here, like the whole Honey, I Shrunk the Kids, but in your backyard with ants and other insects and things is the perfect concept. Like this will be a franchise that we will see with Xbox, and more than likely this will go multi-platform as well. Once it's out of early access, and it will just continue to grow with its audience and stuff. And I think a lot of people like this type of game, even though survival games are a dime a dozen. This one has personality to it, and
yes,
now
it
that
does.
they've expanded on everything that was great about the first one and added some more to it, yeah, they got a hit on their hands. And hopefully, I haven't looked at any of the critical scores, but hopefully they put more sense behind the critiques this time, as opposed to when they decided to only review it in early access and refuse to review it again once it was at its 1.0, like a couple of years later. But yeah, it's awesome to see this game doing well right off the rip on Steam, which we know, everybody likes to look at Steam, but there's a ton of people playing this on Xbox. Don't get it twisted. There's a ton of people on console or on their PC playing it through PC Game Pass that are, ripping this up on outside of Steam. So it's good. It's good to see the success it's having early on.
Yeah.
Agreed. It doesn't have a lot of reviews, so it doesn't look like it was like has a lot of people reviewing it, but everything seems pretty positive just in the words. So I think it's, as far as reviews are concerned, I think it's going to end up doing well, and that's more than likely based off what you already said, Fuzzy, that it's gonna go to PlayStation. You know what I'm saying? So it's only not on PlayStation right now because early access, right? PlayStation doesn't do early access, so that is that I would say is the big reason why you're gonna get less of the people poo-pooing it just for the fuck of life.
See with caution type of situation.
Yeah, exactly. Like,
Yeah.
let's not rip it, because when it comes to PlayStation, we're gonna look stupid giving it fucking flowers. So they also already, which is crazy, but they already put a roadmap together. They do have the early access roadmap. This fall, they already have a bunch of stuff coming. Looks like they're having a new arena opening up. Building grid. They're gonna fix the building. We complained a little bit about that. That's dope. That's really cool. Good. They have new bosses, armor, weapon, furniture. In the winter, they're gonna be Steam Deck verified, and the ROG Ally. Oh man, I forget that it's coming out.
I think we get to hear something about it at Gamescom
August,
next month.
That's right.
I think
that's fucking
pricing possibly.
Yeah, they got another European price. It's $5.99 and $8.99. So it's either going to be $800 or $900 for the Ally X, and then it'll be $500 or $600 for the basic. So nice. I'm getting Ally X. I'm gonna fuck. It's going down. But yes, so they already have their winter update fucking ready to go. There's gonna be crickets, earwings, different fucking bugs, new tiers of equipment.
Oh my gosh, the
tier 3 Omni tool unlocks. Crazy. You telling me that we weren't able to update the Omni tool that much? You did. I did. But you didn't get to 3.
No,
it's blocked.
Okay, that's why.
But the fucking snail can only be broken with the level 3.
Level 3.
God damn. I have a fucking shell in my property because I killed the thing there and I thought you can break the shell, but no. The snail, if you kill the snail, it dies, but the shell stays. And you can't level 3. You can't pick it up.
Yep.
You can't do shit with it. So you need a level 3 to break it.
Yeah.
So it's just sitting as part of like decoration and shit in my property.
So I didn't know that you couldn't unlock that, but you can, oh man, like leveling those up, your tools up, like you can just get so much more when you're out there exploring. It's crazy because CMoney were out for like days at a time,
wandering the world,
just wandering. And it's funny because I was out for so long and I I didn't have more storage, and this was one of the situations that happened. I didn't have the light, the why am I blanking out?
For the what?
The light.
To make the torch?
To make the torch. I didn't have the
sap?
The
sap, the orange shit?
Yeah. It's dry grass.
Oh, dry
so
grass.
I didn't have what I needed to make the torch. So it was pitch dark, and my character was starving. So I have no food in my inventory, and I don't want to drop anything I have. So I hold ass with my buggy, with my CMoney, and get back to my place. And I'm outside, like, because she's so freaking hungry. I just start grabbing mushrooms from outside and eating them up. And it's like, it's crazy how fast your buggy is, how quick you can get out of a situation. And then they carry stuff as well. So when you're out there, oh my gosh, that grind you're talking about, Fuzzy, like it just changes things.
It's
even
way
the
different.
planks when you're trying to build, it carries more. And
yeah, like you only carry 5, but it can carry 12.
12, yes.
And then it has like an auto pickup mode. So like
awesome.
Basically, if I like wherever I'm building my base or whatever, I just get on the buggy, I chop a whole bunch of like the plants down and like the leaves and stuff down. And then you put it on auto mode, and you control it, but it'll just automatically pick up anything that's on the ground that's able to be picked up.
Nice.
So you're just easily just having it auto pick up everything, running over there, dropping everything, coming back. It's like such a faster process.
Yeah, it's so dope.
And there's different types of buggies.
I did name him CMoney.
Yeah, there's different type of buggies. I think the spider one is in the game now, and then they're gonna add more. So the winter update kind of looks beefy. There's a bunch of stuff there. So summer update. So they're not doing anything in the spring next year. They're going from winter to summer, and then they have like future plans. This is going to be something that's going to be a long-term play for them. And I'm definitely invested. I'm invested. I am feeling this. I really am enjoying it. So we'll see, man. We'll see. They're crushing it. The fact that they have a roadmap is pretty awesome. Like they're fucking ready to go. All right, and then let me just double check over here. All right, this will be the last one quick because of the I saw this, and I really just want to get your guys' reaction on this because it's like ridiculous. So if you guys remember, there was a little game called Suicide Squad.
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
And Suicide Squad came out and ruined everything because we were all pumped for the idea that Rocksteady had been working on a game for years, and it was going to be the new Batman or something single player, dope, crazy. It was going to be evolution of what they've done.
You told us how you felt, CMoney.
Yeah, well, that didn't happen. We got fucking that goddamn, what's it called again?
Suicide Squad.
Suicide Squad.
Yes.
And then we played it.
He was so pissed.
We were like, fine, and we got it, right? We got it.
Yeah.
And we played it for a little bit, and it just pissed us off more because it's actually really good until you have to do the forced live service bullshit that they put in there. And then it all goes to shit. Similar to actually Avengers, right? So Avengers was the same thing. Fantastic game until the live service parts are in there. Everything around live service, great. Everything in live service sucks balls. Well, the geniuses over at Warner Brother Games, and this is actually leading me to another thought that I'll get to when I see that. Hey, Web Dave in the building. What's up, fam?
Web Dave.
Web Dave.
It says WB Montreal is working on a new live service DC title as per job post. Oversee all phases of development from concept to post-launch live operations. First of all, from concept means they don't even have this game fucking going. So they're looking to start a new one up, right? Which is so ridiculous because why? Your last one sucked balls. The one that came before that sucked balls. You're just gonna add another layer of ball sucking. Why are you doing this, right? But
salty ones are coming next.
But maybe salty ones. But I think maybe this does give a little insight as to why, like, as much as it seems like a slam dunk, Microsoft hasn't picked these people up, and why there were rumors that Sony might in fact be picking them up. And I know they're broke bitches, but they got credit. You know what I'm saying? They did get somebody to try to give them $26 billion to buy Paramount, even though that didn't happen. But, you know, WB is probably like 4 or 5 bill by itself if they're just getting the games. So they might be able to get some credit for that shit. And at this point, if this is what they're doing, I'd rather just fucking go to Sony. Be over there. So at least when you fail live service games, you're among your peers of failures. You know what I'm saying? Like, just be amongst them, because this is some loser shit. I don't know why. I don't know why I feel so annoyed by it. I don't know. Do you feel the same way, baby? Or is it...
because you're looking for something in particular from them that takes them so long to deliver, and they've kind of, when you were expecting them to go ahead and do that, they threw a curveball. And man, I mean, they did make some changes, but those characters looked like they were on crack. They were just bouncing from building to building. It was crazy. So they did tone that down, and it's still like, we did support the game. And like you said, it was good. It looked like an open world, but you also felt very restrained in it. So it was kind of an illusion, but the voice acting was great. The story was, you know, getting good. But yeah, I don't know how you don't do well with something and then you go, I mean, they go together, right? Sony and WB at this point, they kind of go together. You keep making the same thing over and over again. It's the definition of insanity. One company trying to figure out gas games, and here's another one. They're like, we're going to team up and do it together. Like, that would be so fucking, that's going to be our superpower. I don't know why people keep trying the same dumb thing. I guess they're trying to get lucky and see if one of them is going to hit, but again, they don't even have a concept.
Well, the issue with their live service games is that they've tried to launch both of them by shitting on their most lucrative character. I mean, Gotham Knight starts off with Bruce Wayne getting killed, and then in Suicide Squad you kill Batman again. Like, how about you make a live service game that actually somehow involves Batman in a positive way, and maybe it actually gets kicked off the ground a little bit and has a little bit more success than what these other ones have had? I think that's kind of been like the biggest thing that has kind of like hurt their live service push, is that like you start off by killing the character people come to for the game the most. I mean, your other characters don't really have a strong video game relationship. It's just weird. And until they stop killing off Batman in these live service games, they're probably going to keep sucking.
Yeah.
Batman's the only person they want to see.
Not only are they refusing to give the players the game that they were waiting for and that they want, but on top of it, they're going to take that character and kill it. Yeah.
For sure.
I mean,
I see Egg in the building. What's up, man?
What's
Good
up?
to see you, my brother.
Man, those songs.
Yo, let me know.
The hat. Remember the hat?
Let me know on a Tuesday or Thursday
we miss
or
you,
Friday
Egg.
if you're off, man. We'll have you come on the show. I know you're in fucking bubblefuck land in the future and shit, but
he says it's 5 a.m. and he's at work. So
for sure. But yeah, I mean, ultimately for me, this is just more of like just short-sighted bullshit. It's like, I don't know. I mean, I guess, listen, I understand the idea that people, they want to hit the jackpot. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Like, they want to make that live service game that lasts forever, a really long time, and they make a shit ton of money from it. And It's nonstop, and that's a cool desire. Like, I understand that, right? I don't doubt, like, I don't fault people for wanting to do that. What I do fault is, like, you got to do something way fucking different. Like, why are you doing the same shit? That shit didn't work. It didn't work for Marvel, and it's not working, or it didn't work for you with Suicide Squad. Like what else are you gonna, like, who's the gang now? You know what I'm saying? Like, is it DC, like that DC universe online again? Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, that already existed.
Yeah.
Right. So, like, what are we? I don't know. For me, this is something that's just like a waste of life. I don't understand it, and I get 100% why those people left.
They keep gambling with the idea that this is going to be the one, right? And if the other ones weren't, it more likely than not, it's going to be the same situation. And when you had something that, you know, was doing well, or people were showing up for, you're risking all of that for the hope that maybe, you know, one of these will take. I think that's where the problem lies. And, you know, when you keep making decisions like this, it's like you get what you get.
Yeah. I'm getting a Ubisoft vibe from this. It's like the definition of crazy, doing the same thing over and over again. Yeah. You know, people want, you know, what is it? Splinter Cell. Let's put Sam Fisher in a mobile game. Let's put Sam Fisher in Assassin's Creed or The Division, or, you know, any game but actual, you know, Splinter Cell. And it's the same thing with Batman. Like, if they didn't see how well Batman did on the Quest 3, the VR game, what are they even doing over there? Like, that was probably their biggest Batman title in recent, you know, years. And it's where Batman's alive and still kicking ass like he normally does in the cartoon and movies. So they just need to stick to that formula. I mean, it doesn't have to be VR. I mean, VR is still niche to some extent. Go ahead and make a Batman game where either from first person or third person, either one, or make it where you can switch between the two, and you're going around, you know, being a badass, like stopping crime or whatever. Maybe this time you have daylight and or day and night cycles or whatever. It could be Bruce Wayne during the day and Batman at night, or, you know, you craft your own devices or pick and choose your different Batmobiles. Like, that needs to be what they focus on. Whether they come up with a new supervillain or bring back or do a rehash of an old supervillain, that needs to be the game. These live service, I mean, you could probably make a live service Batman game where you get a certain amount of money being the bad guy and Batman has to find you. So you go and, like, let's say you knock off a bank, it puts up a little beacon on the map and Batman has to come there, and you organize with 3 of your friends against Batman, and maybe you come out on top, maybe you don't. That would be the live service game I think they would make a ton of money on. But no, I don't know. It just feels like WB, their accountants aren't paying attention to what the other gaming accountants are doing. It's like they're looking at what Yves was doing with Ubisoft, and they're like, you know what? I think him restarting the company from within and giving it to his son, I think that's a good idea. Wait, we don't have a son, and why would we want to be inside of a company kind of thing? I really don't understand WB, but like you said, maybe Phil saw something and was like, yeah, you guys don't know your head from your butthole. We'll say over here, oh, you don't want to sell the licenses with the games? I mean, that's the whole point of buying you guys, because we could just lure the talent from the dev team over, but which technically they did. That's what we're buying.
That's technically what they did, right? With 100 Star.
Yeah.
That's the Rocksteady team.
Yeah. So it's WB. I wish they would wake up, much like I wish Ubisoft would wake up sometimes, but you know, it'll take them going back to, what is it, WB Discovery or whatever they've renamed the streaming service again, because they split the name up again. It's almost like the whole Max versus again. HBO.
They don't know what the fuck they're so desperate. It was such a bad move for them. They should have never did this deal. AT&T
Yeah.
should have never sold that shit to Discovery. It should have just been figured out in a better way. That fucking in the beginning when this first was happening, that is who we want to Microsoft to buy, but not this one. This is the leftover one. They shut down the other fucking good studio they had.
Monolith. I think Monolith got shut down.
How do you shut down Monolith with that much like history? You couldn't figure out a way to get this goddamn game made? Come on, man. Even if they literally made a game that was just Shadow of Mordor with another skin on it in a different world, you know what I'm saying? Like, still would have been a good game. You know what I'm saying? Like, you don't have to, you don't need to spend the crazy amounts of money, right? I don't know. It's just so stupid. They're a shell of what they were.
One of the things I always thought that they could have used that Rivals thing. Not what did they patent? The Menace, or not the Menace?
Nemesis.
Nemesis system. Get the licensing from 28 days and make it where your nemesis are different rage infected zombies. Like if anybody, no spoilers or anything, but if you have seen 28 years later, they now have alpha ones that they could have timed that to go with the movie, because they could have probably or worked on that starting 4 or 5 years ago. They could have definitely used that Nemesis system in something along those lines, like to close a studio that you spent all that money for a patent and then really didn't get to use it. That feels like a double waste, and it's something that they should have just sold the patent at that point. They would have probably got some money back, so they didn't have to close the studio. But it's just, I don't know. They're bad at what they do.
They are. So at this point, like, to me, this idea of buying WB is fucking gone. They have nothing of value. Let Sony have them. I would want them to be out of my face is what I want. I don't want to see them. You know what I'm saying? I want them to just disappear on the side and stop disappointing me with this fucking Batman is my favorite superhero, period. And they just disrespect me. You know what I'm saying? Like, that's just where we are. So I'm good. All right. Listen. Did everybody get their bars on this?
Yeah.
All right, guys, that's where we're gonna wrap it up, bro. Thank you so much for rocking out with us, man. Spending your Tuesday night hanging out with us, man. Thank you so much, guys. You are the shit. Shout out to everybody who super chatted. Appreciate y'all. Shout out to the homie Ryu Art for gifting the 20 new members. You're the man. Thank you, my brother.
You are.
Of course, you know, we have to go ahead and shout out our elite members. We have the homie Big Boy Mike, Dark Angelic, and Queen Witch. Then we have our inner circle members, the homie Big Mace Gaming and Pragmatic Eagle. Shout out to the first 3 people in the chat, the specials of the night. We have the #1 best spot of the night, Dark Angelic. We had Cage, Il Vampiro Borracho, and Music 72. Shout out to the specials. You were the shit. First super chat of the night was from our boy DUK Now, the broke boy inside with that $2 super chat. Biggest super for the night was from our boy RC Polygons with that $10 super chat. And then obviously the gifted memberships. We had a boy Ryu Art did 20 gifted memberships. So thank you, my friend.
So much.
Shout out to the winner of our Wu Chang Fallen Feathers giveaway that we partnered with 505 Games and the developer Lindsay. It's Sadish Meki at Sadish Meki1 on Twitter /X. Wins a copy of the game for the PlayStation 5. I will be reaching out to you now after this show, and we will get you squared away. We might actually have another one, maybe coming soon. So keep your eye out. With that, shout out to the homies who are here with us, rocking out. We had our boy Pharoah Bazard in the building, man. Thank you, my brother, for being here. Appreciate you, homie. Let everybody know where to find you, man. You had a show this week, I see.
Yep. You can find us Mondays, 9 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. Vitamin G Podcast right here on YouTube. Dropping a link in the chat. You guys can go ahead, jump on in, hit that subscribe button, hit that notification bell, and come rock out with us.
Support the homie.
Yeah.
Facts. And then, of course, you have the return of our boy, motherfucking Fuzzy Belvedere, man. Thank you, my brother, for coming through, having a fun night with us, man. Tell everybody where to find you, what you got going on. Tell us about your dope ass podcast with your wife.
Yes, thank you guys so much for having me on. Greatly appreciate the invite and always love doing this. Talking about, the downfall of PlayStation. No, but in all serious, just love talking about gaming in general. And this is going to be a new era. So now we can focus on the games. And man, Xbox is loading us up with Game Pass games and everything that they're going to be doing for these next few years between now and the launch of the next console. Man, it's a great time to be a gamer. But for those that want to hear my rambles and rants on anything gaming related, you can find me on social media. Just do a search for Fuzzy Belvedere. I'm going to see if I can put the link in the chat. I don't know if I can, but for those that are into horror movies, definitely
put
check
it in
out
the private chat and I can throw it in there for you.
Okay. For those that are into horror movies, like everything from Friday 13th or Nightmare on Elm Street, Scary Movie, and even the B movies and C movies that you sometimes just watch because you're a fan of Critters or Gremlins and things like that. Come check us out every Friday night at 6 p.m. Eastern. Fright Night with Ferocious Fee. Basically talk about the movies, other movies that we're actually appearing in and or filming ourselves, although those will come in about a year or so. But man, it's been a fun journey with me and my wife. This is her hobby as far as with movies, and I'm all for it. Just like she supports me with my gaming habits, I'm going to support her horror movie habits because I'm a bit of a zombie fan. So and we do a good bit of reviews on zombie movies, so come join us, just hang out in the chat. We sometimes it goes off track because it'll start as plot holes or just random jokes in reference to the movies itself and stuff like that, but it's always a good time. 6 p.m. Fridays, Fright Night with Ferocious Fee. Come join us.
Nice.
Let's
go.
go.
Well, thank you again, my brother. You're always welcome on the show. So
thank
you for coming through and rocking out, man. All right, guys. With that, remember, we will be back. I already put the link in there.
You did?
Yeah, we'll be back on Thursday night with the On Point Gaming Podcast. We'll see what fun new topics will be around that we will be able to, discuss and have a good time with. And that's it, right? And then Friday we'll be back as well, 8:00 for the night shift. Let's Talk Gaming. We have our boy Demo Flow and Hargeet in the building, so definitely come back for that. And guys, make sure you join our Discord. It's right over there. Do the right thing. Okay, come hang out with the homies. We got all of our peoples in there. All the in-between times where YouTube is not happening, we get to hang out, chill. So definitely come through. Also, check out our recent reviews. We did Grounded 2, the most recent, and then we did Wu Chang right before. Great, like Fuzzy said, man, what a time to be alive, man. Great games. Like, don't let games, especially with Game Pass, right? Try them. You know what I'm saying? Mm-hmm. Wu Chang. You don't like, Souls likes? I don't really either, but this one fucking got me. Similar to how Elden Ring got me. So this is definitely worthwhile to try it out. Same thing with Grounded. Might not necessarily look like your cup of tea. Give it a chance. It's really good, man. It's really, really good.
Yeah.
All right. And also, while we're at it, go check out our boy Madman's channel.
Yes.
That's right. Madman has his own channel. He is damn it, I wish I had it.
It's so good too.
Do you have it? Did you put like the recent one in there?
Huh?
Did you put like his recent video in our Discord?
Hold on, let me see.
It just makes life easier if I can just grab it. No, he just put one out, right?
Yeah, he did.
Holy shit. Oh, found it.
There you
go. Well, I don't know what this is not I don't think you put the latest one, but I'll put this one in. They can still find.
It'll still lead to his channel. So
what the I don't know if that does it. Might have went too far. Okay. Oh, there's a whole bunch of words. That's why. There we go.
CMoney versus Tech.
A little bit. All right, money. All right, yeah. So check out Madman's channel too. He's out here doing his thing. It's not fucking around.
He is.
All right, guys. And with that, we're gonna head out of here, man. We're gonna go ahead and end the show the way we end every single show. Doodle.
Yes,
We're done.
we are.
Until next time.
You're intruding.
You're intruding.